Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling the Monday, May 18th meeting of the Select Board to order. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 and as amended as of March 28, 2025, this meeting will be conducted in person and as a courtesy via remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance and/or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public and board members, the meeting/hearing will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast, unless required by law. This meeting will be recorded by the local scene, formerly known as pac-tv. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so by viewing the Duxbury Government Access channels, Verizon 39 or Comcast 9. Viewers can visit thelocalscene.media/Duxbury for information about Duxbury programming, including streaming and watching replays on Duxbury YouTube. We have a large meeting tonight, so we're going to get right to it. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is open forum. I'm going to open up to the board. Tonight we have Brian with us remotely, and I'm going to give it right to Rainey to start our open forum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to introduce my new assistant, Ashley Kenny. Welcome. She comes from, she had been in Marshfield for several months, and she was in Cohasset prior to that, so I wanted to wish her a warm welcome. Good to have you.
Welcome.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Open forum. Mike, anything?
No, thank you.
Cindy?
No, I don't.
Fernando?
No, I have nothing.
Brian, open forum?
A few things. Thanks for indulging me. I'm battling a cold here. I don't want to share that with the rest of you. So sorry in advance for the roll calls we'll have to take tonight. Just a few things I want to share. First, thanks to the Duxbury American Legion for placing American flags at the cemetery on Saturday, something they do every year. We sincerely appreciate their commitment to honoring our fallen veterans. By way of a follow-up to our meeting on April 27th, the joint meeting we had with the planning board, I mentioned that the Livable Duxbury group from the center was working on some comprehensive plan goals, and recommended that the planning board meet with Livable Duxbury. So the update is that planning board chair Kristen Rapp and planning director Matt Hines met with Livable Duxbury chair Kevin Mullins and COA director Joanne Moore last week, and they made some good progress in comparing notes, and they'd like to include you, Amy, as the chair, and me in ongoing discussions with more information to follow. So that's moving along. Just a few other things. The South Shore Conservatory has asked me to share that they're bringing back the Duxbury Music Festival this June with free community events, including a dance party on Friday the 26th and a family day on Sunday, June 28th, starting at noon. Both events will be on the town green on Washington Street. Go to sscmusic.org for more information. I think I saw Lauren sitting there next to Ashley, and Ashley, welcome. I wanted to single out Lauren for a second. She doesn't know I'm going to say this. Congratulations, Lauren. Lauren Hache was just elected to the Kingston Board of Health. I think the town of Kingston residents are very fortunate to have her serving in this important role. So congratulations, Lauren.
All right, Lauren.
Yeah, great job. And then finally, a point of personal privilege, just want to share that Duxbury High School alumnus Brian Glennon has graduated summa cum laude from the Newhouse School of Public Communications at Syracuse University. Congratulations, Brian.
All right, Brian.
Congratulations, both Brians.
All right, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. I have a couple things under open forum. One of the things that I'm going to work towards and work with Rainey and Ashley, now that we have someone assisting Rainey, is getting our packets out in a more timely fashion. There's an enormous amount of material submitted for tonight's meeting, and it is a struggle for us to find the time to look at all the information, and importantly, to, if there are questions that we have, when we get a Friday packet, it's hard to get additional information before a Monday meeting. So I am going to ask, as the chair, and set this as the policy, that the packets are distributed to the board members no later than Wednesday before a meeting. I think it's not, I would like more time, but I think that that should be doable. And I think that we can have a policy with applicants and applications that come in that if you get, if things aren't in by a certain deadline that you set based on comfort level in the office, then it doesn't get before us. We just can't be accommodating last minute, you know, my email was blowing up and several of us work full-time, so it's really difficult to keep up. So that being said, I also would like to advocate for having our entire packets put on the website. Everything that we're looking at here is public record. I think that that will save in FOIA requests, and I think it also gives the public the ability to look at what we're looking at and be able to follow along. And so I think it would be helpful for the press, for the residents, for FOIA requests, and for everyone involved. So if we could just start doing that as part of a routine, I would appreciate it. So jumping right into our, open forum for the general public. Is there anybody here this evening that wishes to address us under open forum? Ms.
Hi.
Babcock.
Yes, hi. Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. I had put a request in the end of last week with Randy. We had been talking on a couple of occasions about possible locations for the Dr. Tingley presentation. I had requested the PAC, and I just haven't heard back on whether or not that was available, because we are expecting a good crowd, and we want to make sure that we have good visibility, good IT, and the ability to record. And my other request was that I wanted to get on the agenda tonight to request from the board permission for lawn signs for the 2 weeks prior to that, so that we could properly advertise. And I just did not get a response, so I didn't make it on the agenda tonight. So I would like to request from all of you that I would be able to make that formal request at your next meeting next week.
Do we
It's
have
just,
a meeting next week? We do
June
not.
1st.
June 1st
Yeah.
is the next meeting. Does that give you time?
It will, sure, it will give me time.
Okay, yep,
Yeah,
thank you,
you're welcome. Thank you very much.
thank you. Anyone else under open forum? Okay, can we see who that, I can't see who that is, Lauren, can you?
It was Peter something, or Richard Peters.
Mr. Peters, do you have something under open forum, sir?
I would like to speak, yes.
Yep, you're up, your floor is
Thank
yours.
you. This is Richard Peters, 35 Mountfield Drive. I am concerned about the bridge situation, and my perception is that if we refuse to accept a free gift from the government and the federal and state government, we're going to end up having to spend at least what we've been spending every year for the last decade, at a time when we have incredible amount of other expenses and we're having to do overrides. I do not believe we can afford the luxury of trying to protect the present bridge, and I hope the selectmen will make a wise choice, especially for those of us who are senior citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. I will say that we have several forums. This evening, we're going to be hearing from our Bridge Committee as to kind of giving us an update as to where they're at with their thought process. And we also have a scheduled meeting, presentation by Dr. Tingley on June 15th, who will be presenting his recommendations for a wood option and what that would cost. So we're still in the information gathering part of this process. So stay tuned, stay engaged. We want to hear from the residents once all the options are out there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So next item on the agenda is a public hearing. Oh, Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, I didn't see you there. Ms.
Sheila
Benjamin.
Lynch Bentonin, 344 West Street. I'd like to talk about two items. The first item is the Lakeshore Drive well being shut and the Depot Street well being brought on. No one here is responsible for what was dumped in the 30s to the 70s that's creating the PFAS problem. But you guys, everyone up there, will be responsible for the solution. And the current EPA has just announced that in the last month that the enforcement action will not be a deadline until 2031. And that's 5 years from now. And we know now that the Duxbury water supply, and people in the room, the engineers, and Becky and others have worked on this for years, but I have been made aware of what other towns are doing, and towns around the country are dealing with this. And I want to have a little...
Ms. Lynch Bentonin, do you mind?
I want
Hold
to...
on. Do
I
you
just...
mi- I totally, I want to hear everything you have to say, but this is an agenda item. This is
But
coming up.
I'm not on the agenda item, but
Yeah, but the discussion about the Lake Shore well is on the agenda tonight
Okay.
in just a little while. So this would be great information in that context, if you don't mind just
I
holding off
don't
your
mind at all.
comments.
And the other item I wanted to bring up was the Massachusetts Highway Bridge Manual and how it affects our Powder Point Bridge. Is there an opportunity after the bridge presentation to do that?
I would imagine if there's information
If
about.
there is-
Is it relevant or?
To the Powder Point Bridge?
Is there something you'd like on an agenda item? If it's-
Yeah, so about PFAS, I'd like to put on an agenda item that local filters be encouraged and.
We're going to actually speak to that tonight,
Right.
so.
And then on the bridge item, that a future topic, if it's not raised tonight, that the highway bridge manual doesn't apply to Duxbury Bridge because it's not a highway bridge. And it's a 10-mile-per-hour bridge, not 60. And there's a big variation on what you have to do, if you have to comply with the bridge manual or not.
Okay.
And I'd like that to be a point of subject.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a public hearing for shellfish aquaculture.
Can you tell me where that was on the, which email that was? Because I can't find it.
Would have been in the second one, 2 of 2.
All right. 2 of 2? Okay. I move that the Select Board open the advertised public hearing for review and approval of the aquaculture license renewal application submitted by Suzanne Caliendo.
Can I get a second?
Second. So,
I need a roll call vote.
Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Ryan?
Brian,
Okay.
2.
We have Mr. Brennan here this evening, who is the chair of the Shellfish Advisory Committee, and this is for a transfer of a license. No, not a transfer, a renewal, correct? Yep. Mr. Brennan, you're up.
This is a license renewal. What we do is when a license grants first go out, they're granted a 3-year term, kind of a probationary thing to see if they're performing to what the specifications call for and the regulations. This grant has gone 3 years, and now they're applying for a 10-year grant. It came before the board, the select board committee, the Shellfish Committee, and we all agreed. What's interesting about this grant, there's such a mystery about oysters in the town. I just wanted to go over this. If you look at the packet, it shows that this grant is on the other side. It's on Kingston Bay side. It's completely different from the rest. It's a standalone. And if you look at it, it's broken down into 2 areas. And if you look at the GPS markings on it, there's like 40 of them because it designates two different areas. I'm not sure how they work it, whether they use one for a nursery and then one transfer it to where they harvest from. Anyway, the Shellfish Committee has recommended that we go with the 10 years. Both the leaseholder and the general manager here, Suzanne Caliendo, is the leaseholder, and her son, Ben, is the general manager. So if you have any questions about how they work, that kind of stuff, they'd be more than glad to step up. And
Thank you. Any questions for Dick?
I do. Did you say?
Not for Dick.
It occurred to me when I was reading this over, and it's not really specific, but it made me think of it. If you have a leaseholder and they move out of town, like this applicant has a month-to-month lease, which is what made me think of it. But it could be anybody. If somebody is a leaseholder and they move out of town, what happens?
if they move out of town, first of all, every year they have to write a report of their production. Within that report, there's a proof of residency. So we check that yearly. This individual has changed residence, but still lives in town. She's a leaseholder of an it looks like an apartment. So if she moved out of town, the town would assume the grant would fall back to the town's possession.
Okay.
I had the same question. I actually called them on it, so yeah, I picked up on that too. So no, I'm glad you asked it. I think it's a relevant question.
It certainly is, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank
Any
you very
other
much.
questions for Mr. Brennan?
Not for Mr. Brennan, but I always like to hear from the leaseholders
Yeah,
about
we're gonna-
what's
Ben, you want
been.
to stand
Well,
up?
but Brian, do you have any questions for Mr. Brennan before we ask the leaseholder to speak?
No, I had the same apartment question that you had, so
Oh.
that answered the answer. Thanks.
Thank you.
I can't find
Ms.
it.
Caliendo, would you like to speak to the the organization, what you're doing? Could you get up to the
Or
podium,
your general
please?
manager.
Do you want to go up there?
That'd be great.
So when we applied for the lease, my son wasn't living in Duxbury, but he is now. He owns a house in Duxbury. So pretty soon, it will be in his name, not mine. If he can speak to the farm.
So you'll need to go through a process.
He's doing
So
that now,
You'll have,
yeah.
we'll have to, we approve that, so okay. So that's your ultimate goal, is you'd like to, at some point, transfer
Yes.
this to, okay. All right, so could you just tell us a little bit about what you're harvesting, what your numbers are,
Yes, for sure. So we grow oysters on the flat from seed. This year I plan to have around 500,000 over there, which is more than I had last year. I try to bump it up a little bit each year. I grow them in trays on the bottom, and I also bottom plant them. I've just found it's the best way to grow them over there because the flat sits a little bit higher than some of the other leases in the bay. But other than that, like Howland's Landing is such an incredible spot. It's so nice over there. Everyone's been very welcoming over the past 3 years. Whenever anyone's going by, wave them down and tell them to come check it out, like just to keep relations nice. And no, everything's been going very well over there. The oysters grow very beautifully.
And who do you sell to?
Island Creek.
Island Creek, okay. And 500 seeds is, usually we hear millions, 500,000. Usually we hear millions of seeds. Is there a reason that you're not doing more?
It's a smaller like operation over there. I manage the farms at Island Creek as well, so it's something I'm kind of like building up towards doing on my own one day. So yeah.
Okay. Any questions?
Those are the questions I would ask. Thank you.
Brian, any questions? Okay.
Nope, no questions.
All right.
Wait a minute, just a second. I can't find it.
Oh, sorry, well, wait a minute. Where are we? Here, this here.
Sorry.
Okay, any members from the public have any questions for the applicant or for Mr. Brennan regarding this renewal of an aquaculture lease? Hearing none, I'll take a motion.
Okay, I move that the Select Board approves the license renewal of Suzanne Caliendo, 212 Powder Point Ave for aquaculture lease number 0693-2 for 10 years pending all federal, state, and local reviews and approvals.
Second.
We'll take a roll call vote. Start with Mike.
Michael, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Amy, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Brian,
Okay, you're all set. Thank you very much.
luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, now I think we have to close the public hearing.
Yes.
So you're still
I move
on.
the select board close the public hearing.
Second.
Roll call.
Michael, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Amy, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Well, good, I'm glad. I was going to say there's chairs up front. Please make yourselves at home.
Okay, next item this evening is a discussion pertaining to the Powder Point Bridge, and we are going to get an update from our advisors, and Ed Mayo is here to discuss that. So Ed, you are up.
All right.
Do you have any other members here, Ed?
Paul Brogna is here.
Excellent.
I believe that's the only one.
Thank you.
And I think, just to, not to interrupt before you even start, but you submitted a memo.
Yes,
kind
so I
of
submitted
late.
a memo with all the same information that's in this presentation.
Okay, so the memo was sent earlier today.
Yeah, there are actually two. There was one in the original packet, and if you need a hard copy of the new one from today,
Yes, I have
there's
one.
one for you.
Okay.
Plus also includes a,
There's four.
plus memo, if you scroll through it, it includes a reply from Mass DOT, several of the points that were raised.
The first one did, then he did submit a second one that is kind of a slightly different.
Yeah, we had a meeting on Friday, so we made some slight changes, and then I resubmitted it,
Okay.
All right,
just like you guys didn't want us to do.
go ahead.
All right. Lauren, are you in charge of this one? Yes. Can you do the next slide? All right, the purpose of tonight is to provide an update regarding the ongoing Powder Point Bridge planning process, to summarize public process, design progress, and coordination efforts. So this just highlights some of the important dates that were on here. The project went onto the tip on June 21st, 2021. The Powder Point Bridge Committee, Advisory Committee was formed. We've been having more or less monthly meetings since then, since last February. We've had a bunch of meetings with DOT coming to Duxbury numerous times for public meetings, June and October and February. And then on June 15th, we're going to have rehabilitation findings and a report from Wood Research and Development, Dr. Tingley. So we've been basically just coordinated between the committee, the engineers, the consultants, town staff. There's been a lot of back and forth going on, really just generating ideas. So some of the design progress that we've achieved so far, in this photo you can see this is the most recent rendering from the DOT. To give you an idea of where we've come since, if you looked at some of the earlier photos and preliminary information, this has changed pretty significantly. Preservation of an existing bridge alignment and low-speed roadway character. Dedicated pedestrian walkways added to both sides of the bridge. Addition of wood pedestrian walkways. Continuous wood railing systems discussed and advanced. Wood-based concepts for immediate rail systems. Reduction of highway-oriented visual impacts where feasible. Materials and durability discussions. Stainless steel fasteners emphasized for marine exposure. Epoxy-coated steel piling concepts reviewed. Long-term corrosion exposure discussed extensively. Textured and colored sensitive materials evaluated. Marine durability and long-term maintenance remain central design considerations. And this slide I threw in here just for everybody in the public to see, because I think that I've given up hope on having a wood driving surface. I researched this for months, and I haven't been able to come up with anything that is feasible within the realm, and what DOT is saying is very correct here. They issued us a response on May 13th that addressed the driving surface feasibility. Basically, putting a wood surface on top of concrete creates a lot of maintenance issues. I was trying to find an alternative, and I'm yet to do that. So this is my Hail Mary. Discuss coating deterioration and future corrosion expectations. Outlined long-term maintenance and inspection obligations. Confirmed town remains responsible for maintenance implementation. Recognize extensive public consultation process. So some important findings from a design team memo. Coating systems on steel piles expected to deteriorate over time. Peeling paint, epoxy deterioration, and eventual corrosion anticipated. Recoating operations in tidal conditions may be difficult and expensive. Timber sidewalk elements also expected to deteriorate over time. Mass DOT inspections and anticipated on approximately a 2-year cycle.
So what we were looking at right there, that was oak blocks?
That is an actual, that was sent to me from a marine engineer on a piling that was installed in 2012, and that does have an epoxy coating on it, so that was 14 years ago. I'm going to probably get into this in a couple slides, but I can just tell you right now, there's what's called a duplex corrosion prevention system, and that's something that is in the slides further. We're going to ask Marco, what about this duplex system? Because what that does is it adds a galvanic layer before you actually put the epoxy coating on. So when the, say, ice or whatever it is, gets rid of that epoxy coating after a few years, you're not going to see this. You're going to see a galvanic gray, and it's not going to bleed rust like this does. So that's a question. That's an open question. So that's kind of our only unresolved thing about the pilings. We understand that they've designed the pilings to be structurally sound for 75 years, so they're making them extra thick. But this galvanic idea is something that's actually pretty popular. So we want to just address that with them before we come to that conclusion. Because doing this to fix these it's a pain in the neck.
But it's a cosmetic.
It's all cosmetic. It's nothing structural.
What about the leaching of whatever is coming off of that? Is that of any
Leaching
concern?
rust in steel is not a big deal in the ocean. It's not anything significant. The DEP and all those people are going to determine exactly how much it's going to leach and how bad it is for the environment. And typically, steel isn't a very volatile component to go into a bridge.
What about the epoxy, Ed?
So I have been researching that, and it is a microplastic. So that's another thing that has to be determined, is exactly what type of epoxy is going to be used, because there's many different variations. And there's also variations if you're going to do a galvanic barrier first. You have to put a certain primer on, then the galvanic layer, and then the epoxy layer. And is that epoxy a green type epoxy, or is it a bad type epoxy? That's something that needs to be determined.
Good question, Brian.
And when you,
But typically epoxies are microplastics in theory when they break down.
so, I'm sorry, Ed, so when you talk to them, will the question be asked, is the epoxy absolutely necessary?
Yeah, with the galvanic layer, is it the epoxy? I'll ask that, but yeah, you really want it to be another protective barrier over that. But I know that they make epoxies that don't leach PFAS into the water. It's just a matter of figuring out where they're at and what they use for that. And the DEP is another, they know all of that a lot better than I do.
Yeah, but the microplastics is another issue, right?
Right, exactly. Not just the aesthetics, but what's going into the water is obviously very important.
Very important.
But you don't want it to be ugly. So basically, the advantages of the full replacement are fully funded capital replacement project, minimal direct town construction costs, modern structural system and code compliance, reduced long-term structural uncertainty. And we did get an email, I'll throw in also, that from the DOT that maintenance is not going to be a huge significant cost to the town, we don't believe. When we finalize some of these details, we'll get a better picture of what it is, because they couldn't give us an actual number, but it's comparing apples to apples. It's not gonna be as bad as we're paying right now, I would assume.
Wait a minute.
In the long term.
All right, well, I think that's an important issue that
Right.
we need to
So that has to
address
be
at some
decided.
point.
We need to nail that down a little further, but I don't think,
You need to read the memo. I mean, we've got to be careful how we state things, Ed, right? So I know they haven't given you a number, but there's 10, 20 years they're talking about before you have to do anything, right? According to what DOT is saying.
sure.
Okay. So, yeah.
Full replacement challenges, lots of existing bridge structure and materials, larger scale permanent structure, construction duration and environmental disturbance, future coating deterioration and corrosion still anticipated, long-term maintenance obligations remain with the town. Section 106, historic review considerations. The Powder Point Bridge was reviewed through the Massachusetts Historical Commission process. The bridge was determined not eligible for historic designation at the state level review level. Because the project involves federal participation, opportunities may exist to seek additional federal historic review consideration or appeal. The town has not presently pursued a formal federal 106 appeal process. Despite the absence of a formal 106 designation, the current project has involved extensive public consultation, preservation-oriented discussion, and numerous design accommodations intended to address bridge character and community concerns. The DOT project team also retained a bridge architect to assist in incorporating a visual and contextual elements intended to reflect important characteristics of the existing bridge. The committee continues to focus on objective evaluation of technically viable alternatives while maintaining productive coordination with the project team. Additional technical review, remaining structural capacity of existing piles requires clarification. Long-term inspection and maintenance requirements remain under review. Life cycle cost comparisons over 25 and 50-year periods still needed. All right, here's the nitty-gritty of where I mentioned the duplex corrosion system. So this will be my actual question to the Marco. I'm just going to skip down to it. Has the design team evaluated a duplex corrosion protection system for the steel pipe piles, such as hot dip galvanizing or zinc metallizing beneath the epoxy coating system, to reduce visible rusting and extend coating performance in the splash and intertidal zones? I do know that an issue that comes of doing both of these types of coatings is when they drive the piles in. And sometimes the abrasion from doing that will actually score the surface. So that's another question that's more detailed that I have for DOT, is how that process works. Because if you do all that work and then you go to drive them in and everything scrapes off, what's the point? So let's see, long-term durability and maintenance, we already discussed this. Cathodic protection, I always bring this up because I'm worried about the significance of these pilings, but what DOT's answer to that has been is basically they're going to make them thicker and make them sacrificial so that over a long period of time, cathodic protection won't be needed either way. But on the other side, I'm thinking if they do the galvanic coat first, doing a zinc coating like that will actually help with cathodic protection. So it'll actually help with deterioration over time. And those are just pointed questions that I'm going to ask them. Construction and environmental concerns. Questions remain regarding the environmental impacts associated with large-scale cofferdam construction and in-water work activities. The sequencing, staging, and duration of construction activities remains incompletely defined. Construction impacts on navigation, marine habitat, sediment disturbance, and adjacent shoreline areas remain concerns for many residents. The actual means and methods of construction may significantly affect both environmental and community impacts. A lot of these questions that people have raised comes down to the permitting process, I feel like, and those answers will come out at that time. Construction oversight and quality assurance. Questions remain regarding how closely the final constructed bridge will reflect the current conceptual design presentations. Clarification is still needed regarding what design details may change during final engineering, bidding, or construction phases. Consideration should be given to whether the town should retain an independent third-party owner's representative or a construction observer during construction, like a bridge ambassador. Concerns remain regarding long-term quality control, material substitutions, field modifications, and adherence to agreed-upon aesthetic details. Bridge character and design considerations. The committee continues to believe that additional evaluation of wood driving service, sorry, I already said that, or alternative wood integrated deck systems may still be warranted. And that's the last time I'll talk about that. The questions remain regarding whether additional wood elements could be incorporated without materially compromising durability or maintenance goals. As a detail of that, when you look at the rendering that was in the beginning of the slides of the actual walking surface of the bridge, and Marco and I have gone back and forth on this probably 3 or 4 times, they have a metal railing coming out of the wood box on the intermediate rail system. And I still can't figure out why you can't just put a vertical piece of metal and then attach a piece of wood to it. And I haven't gotten the answer, but if you look behind the Duxbury High School, that's exactly what I was thinking. There's a railing that goes behind the parking lot, and a smaller version of that is all I was trying to accomplish.
Is it to do with the crash testing?
I don't know. He hasn't come. I would think that you just put more verticals in, which is probably more work, but
But again, we talked all about this at the meetings when Cindy and Dave was there.
he kept incorporating it into the wood structure underneath, and something had to be tied into there because of the steel surface. So I would think, why couldn't you just put steel vertically coming up and then put that wood rail on there? So that's going to be my next question, with an actual picture of what's behind the school, to say, can we just do this? Because that would.
No,
So
and I
that's-
think it's great that, I think this is what we want to hear, this is the update that I was hoping to get, which is, how have you been pushing DOT? How have you been trying to achieve what I think a majority of the town wants, which is, more wood, less steel and concrete. So, I appreciate, and I don't think you have to apologize for mentioning, that you've really been beating that dead horse. I am a master at that, so
Right.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to, I don't need you to skip over the wood driving surface thing. That's probably the one
Hugely
thing that
important.
people are asking me
It's
about.
a big deal, yeah. To me,
So
it's a big deal.
what
And
has
I've-
been the back and forth between you and DOT about the wood driving surface? Because right now it's been proposed as like a cement down the middle.
Yeah, it's been cement. I don't know if Rainey's been involved a little bit. It's 4 times, I think, he's completely shut me down, saying it's not
Yeah,
gonna
he shut
happen.
me down at the meeting, so.
Yeah, yeah.
What's been going on?
So I just keep going back, I keep researching more, why can't we do it this way, why can't we do it this way? And I think some of the issues that I found is, when you look at timber bridge construction throughout the whole country, you see a lot of private bridges that are all timber. You see a lot of things that don't require anything to do with the DOT. And when they do, they all have concrete driving surfaces. And I haven't found an example of one that doesn't, besides the Mitchell River Bridge in Chatham,
That's what I was gonna say, yeah.
which I know has been problematic, and I know there's issues with it. So the question is I still feel like it's possible. But I haven't come to the conclusion of how to make it happen, with them agreeing to it.
Well, thank you for your continued
Yeah,
efforts
yeah.
there.
keep pushing.
Okay, schedule and project delivery. A final construction duration and sequencing schedule has not yet been fully defined. Questions remain regarding traffic management, road conditions, seasonal access impacts, emergency access, construction phasing. The timeline associated with permitting, final design, bidding, and actual construction completion remains uncertain. Obviously, as the project progresses, we get all those details as they come. Rehabilitation evaluation, additional peer review and technical evaluation of the preliminary rehabilitation findings remain ongoing. Remaining service life estimates for the existing timber structure have not yet been fully established. Life cycle comparisons between rehabilitation and replacement alternatives remain incomplete. Potential grant funding opportunities associated with rehabilitation or preservation strategies require additional exploration. We're going to get a lot more answers on June 15th about all that, so. Questions, governance and public process. Questions remain for the degree of local control over final design details once the project advances into final engineering and construction phases. Continued public communication and transparency will remain important as the project advances. Many residents continue to express interest in broader community discussion. Excuse me. Prior to irreversible decisions regarding the future of the bridge. Hey, Laura, next slide. Thanks. Bridge decisions carry long-term community implications. Technical, financial, environmental, and operational implications should be fully understood. Broader public discussion may be ultimately appropriate. A town vote may be warranted if rehabilitation alternatives prove technically viable. Substantial progress has been achieved. Additional rehabilitation findings warrant continued technical review. Peer review engineers asked to review preliminary rehabilitation findings. All technically viable alternatives should continue to be objectively evaluated. Committee appreciates all the work performed by all the parties involved to date. I'll make a note too that working with DOT has actually been really great. They're a good group, and they are very good at answering the questions when we ask them, which has been nice. And I think one of my goals on being on this committee was transparency, and I think that we've been able to accomplish that pretty well. And that's all I had for you guys.
Thank you. Questions? Mike?
Before we start questions, folks in the back, there's seats up here. Make yourselves more
Yes,
comfortable,
there's plenty of
please.
seats. Thank you, Fernando.
Don't be shy.
Comfortable.
It's going to be a long meeting.
Mike?
I will endeavor not to ask a long-winded question here, but my biggest concern is this scheduling and delivery piece here that was in that paragraph on the page before. I'm concerned about downtime of access from Powder Point to the beach. This gentleman in the front here spoke in a meeting before about, as a resident out on the beach, that the road out there is below sea level or has issues with climate change. We've known about that for probably 7 or 8 years now. It was on a list from the Woods Hole group. So there's more concerns than just beach going. There's residents that live out there. It's an access road, and we just went through this with East Street. I'm concerned about timelines with Mass DOT. So I would like more specificity.
Okay.
Marco was candid during that meeting, but in not a great way. When asked how long this will take, it was shrugs, and we don't know. And that's concerning to me. So I think we need more specificity, and we need a bridge up while this is going on. And that's maybe a Sheila question too, about how we keep the current bridge going while all of this is going on, getting permits. The current bridge is problematic too. So I would like some more specificity, know what our exposure here is, and to know those questions as we go.
I have the same concerns, and I wanted to ask Marco in our last meeting, are they going to do a lot of barge work? Because if they bring
What's
in... Are they going to do a lot of barge work?
Barge, yeah.
Because if they were bringing in all those pilings, there's no way they're making it down Gurnett Road. So those are the kind of details I was looking for. But I didn't think we were there yet.
Right. So more information to come.
Yep.
Cindy, any
But-
questions?
No, not beyond what I asked about the epoxy, I don't think. I just thank you so much for your committee
Yes.
and for you, Ed, for doing yeoman's work. I mean, this has been a lot.
Right.
I really appreciate it, this
Yeah.
whole process, everybody involved. And I can see from your presentation in this that there are still a lot of questions.
Yep, there's still a lot of questions.
you know, so.
But we've gotten pretty far. If you look at the
Oh,
old
absolutely.
preliminary stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. So my questions are all, I think, the questions that we don't know the answers to yet.
Right?
Fernando?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Brian?
Thanks, great presentation, Ed, and thanks to you and the team for jumping on all this. I know there's a lot to go through. Just two things. One, it looks like from one of the pictures you showed, we're still looking at option A, so-called option A. There was A and B.
Yes.
I haven't heard lots of folks advocating for B. In fact, probably 95% of the folks I've spoken with said it should be option A because that looks the closest to what we actually have today. So I just want to confirm that that's what the group is looking at. I know it's not an official decision yet, but it seems like we're leaning that way. It'll be helpful to maybe have something out in the public confirming that.
Yeah,
So
thanks.
If you're able to say that now, that's great.
So yeah, what we determined was there was two factors from one of the original DOT meetings when they came to town, and one was no bump outs. We didn't really feel like that matched the aesthetic of the bridge at all. And number two was option A, because of the railing configuration was better than option B in our opinion. And the other significant change that we thought was having the two walkways we thought would be important. And I think it adds some symmetry to the bridge, actually. So we haven't had anybody really resist that idea too much. So those are kind of the
Okay,
three
so-
main points.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, and you anticipated my second question, which had to do with the bump outs, because I've heard mixed responses on that. Some folks think it's a terrific idea, others don't like interrupting a sight line, a 2,000-foot sight line. Other folks say you can put it on one side of the bridge, but not both. So do I understand from what you just said that the advisory committee at this point is advocating no bump outs?
Yeah, and you know what the takeoff from that is that if we're going to have a secondary walkway, we didn't feel that you needed to have a bump out also, because that's a significant increase in walking space on the bridge.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I have a question before I open it up to the public, and that is regarding the environmental impacts. And did the state do, or have you requested an environmental impact study?
We have not as a committee, no. Is that something that we should do, or we were waiting until there was more final details in
It's
place?
going to be part of the permitting process.
It's going to be part of it
I
anyways.
don't know.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But it should be part of
Just like the seawall.
this process as well. I mean, environmental impacts are important, and from what I understand, they could be significant for a number of reasons. You know, we just did an aquaculture renewal lease. I mean, there's a lot of people that will be impacted by this. So you may want to just add it to your list to try to
I
find out
definitely
when
will.
that study is going to be done. And, you know, information is power, so sooner is better than later, in my opinion.
I have a direct line to the DEP too, so I can just ask the question and get an answer.
There you go. And then I also just, you know, I applaud the list of things that, you know, are still areas of concern. Like, those are a lot of my questions too. So as, you know, keeping track of those and asking those questions and getting information as we move forward is great. So,
Sure.
So thank you. And if you don't mind, you know, staying close to the podium as I open it up,
Yeah,
people may
that's
have
fine.
questions.
I had-
Lynch Bentonen.
Can I offer one
Oh,
quick
yeah.
comment? To Alicia's question earlier, the meeting on June 15th will be held in the presentation hall at the high school. The PAC's not available, but we're working on that, and we're working on to get virtual access as well. But it will be,
Okay, so
the meeting on June 15th will be held at the presentation hall at the Duxbury High School, which is the Black Box Theater. We don't know if it'll be virtual yet. We're working on that aspect, but that's where it will be held.
So that's a fairly big, that's a
The
fairly
seating
big
capacity is
space.
320 people.
And it will be televised, but we may not be able to have virtual attendance, is what I'm understanding
Yeah,
from
we're
this.
working on
So-
that. 6:30, or well, 6:35 or around
So
that time.
6:30, June 15th, that will be the wood option presentation.
Yeah, it's a regular board meeting also
Okay.
after that.
Ms. Lynch Bentonen.
Sheila Lynch Benton in 344 West Street. I'd like to see the best of both worlds, that Federal Highway pay the majority of this bridge and we get a majority wood bridge. And what's stopping Marco, in my opinion, he's a great guy, by the way, does fantastic highway bridges, is the definition of this bridge. He's following code under the Mass Highway Bridge Manual, which is 60 miles per hour, and they have code. They have 10 chapters, and he can't vary from it, and that's his engineering license. But in other places around the country, people have asked for off-design exemptions, and they're given them. There's the Section 106 process that created an all-wood base for Chatham. And the Chatham Bridge is having problems because it's a drawbridge, and it's the wood going up and down is the problem. And I think Marco talking about Chatham, it's a whole different problem. And Paul Bragna has designed scores of wooden piers around Duxbury, some lasting 100 years. Well, Paul's not 100 years, but some piers in town.
Boy, Paul is old. Yeah.
He might be close, but no, I'm sorry, Paul. What I'm saying is there's some wooden piers in town that are still structurally sound. So for Marco to say that wood is not structurally possible in Duxbury takes away from all Paul's, experience. And I think we should get an exemption from the Mass Highway Bridge Design Manual. We'll never get what we want unless we do. And it's ask.
For the exemption.
Yeah, ask for the select board and
Can I step in and tell you? So, in doing this, the way Marco explained it to me is that it's easier for him to ask for waivers, is his way around it on certain things. So certain the driving surface width, that's a big one. So, he got an exemption, he got a waiver for that. So it's easier for him to just go to the chief bridge engineer and say, hey, I need a waiver for this and this. One of the issues that I've had that I didn't actually bring up in my presentation is the thought of a vertical crosswalk sign sitting on the North Atlantic during a hurricane and someone decides to walk across the bridge with a flying piece of sheet metal coming at him. And he said, oh yeah, no, you can't take down those vertical signs. They go up once they go up. Or you can take them down if you choose to, but then the liability is on the town. So I think something needs to be figured out as far as, we have 2 crosswalks so far that we've thought were a good idea. Those have to have these big crosswalk signs, but I feel like we can ask for a waiver. I've asked him 3 times and he keeps giving me the same answer, so I need to figure out a different way.
Can I just jump in, because I want to make sure I understand, because what I think I'm hearing is that the pot of money maybe that's funding this bridge is attached to a highway bridge, which has specifications specific to a highway bridge. And because of that funding, they are requiring certain things and not allowing certain things like wood. And yet, when you have asked for a change in, maybe going from a highway to a secondary bridge or some kind of a lesser requirement, you're being told that it's easier for them to do waivers.
That's so far, yeah. That's been the answer on certain things. Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
It's a little worrisome.
On the Zachem Bridge in Boston, it was first a concrete engineer loop-de-loop bridge, and the citizens went nuts, and they exempted the bridge from the civil engineers, and they let designers design what is currently fabulous Zachem Bridge, and they got an exemption over a lot of the civil engineers' requirements. Now, that's not a wood issue, but I think if the town were to vote, they would want a wood surface, and the outrage of the town to get a concrete bridge and get it designated a highway bridge will be a sad event, and that DOT can do exemptions. They can do design exemptions, like they did at the Zakin Bridge, and ask for a complete design exemption to keep. The other thing is to go for 106, which this town hasn't done and should have done, is to make it a wooden bridge, but this town hasn't done that, and they should have. But you can get exemptions. Marco is obligated to follow the highway bridge. We should
that's
ask
kinda what
for a
I'm
design
hearing.
exemption.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions for Ed in this committee? All right.
Just a follow-up on that sidewalk issue. Has there been a thought of not doing crosswalks across the bridge? There's no.
Yeah, I asked for that and they said no.
What's the point of doing it? I mean, it's just
A safety
you
thing.
got cement, and now we're putting people in the middle of the bridge? I don't get that.
I don't remember the response. The response was you can do as many as you want, but you have to do one. And I'm not sure. I could see it doing it where the channel is for fishing. That would make a little bit of sense, but I
just
thought of it as the thing where there's a kind of a gridlock going on, and that is the way to alleviate. I don't know. I couldn't figure out why there has to be an opening, but there does, and it has to be raised. That's another thing. But I'm sure it has something to do with the highway
with
bridge
that-
manual.
Crosswalk looks like.
Can you show like the third slide?
Well, with that design, you can't just walk across the bridge like you can now, because there's
Right.
interior
So if
guardrails.
there's a mean dog coming at you, you gotta jump over the rail.
You
That's
know,
what-
you
another
have to
thing I
have
said
an
too.
area that's open.
Because originally we were trying to get no railing, but they wouldn't do that, and
Yeah.
without option B for the railing system. So that's it right there.
So they're gonna put a break in the rail and have a crosswalk?
There's gonna be a break in the rail with a raised crosswalk because it has to follow ADA compliance.
I mean, it
So
makes
it'll be a
sense to
speed
me.
bump, yeah.
So just
So
a thought about the traffic, the capacity of the bridge. What is the load capacity on this bridge?
Right now it's 4 tons.
No, on this, for this one is 4 tons?
Oh, no,
For-
it has to be built to highway standards.
To
so-
highway standards. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking about the traffic that will be utilizing the bridge, which will be all traffic, dump trucks, big trucks, semis.
I believe it's 40 tons.
So
Ambulances,
trucks
fire.
now.
All emergency
right, Trucks
vehicles.
now that
Emergency
go
vehicles.
around will be going Powder Point to to the bridge.
To be determined.
Well, emergency
Yeah,
vehicles.
that's to be determined. I can't answer that
Well,
because
the
I don't know.
capacity can take a semi, and the semi has to get out to a house out there.
I don't know how much a
Assuming
fully
that
loaded sand truck
goes
weighs,
over the
but I think
bridge.
it's a lot.
I'm sorry, Ed,
much? Yeah.
did you say that you requested a waiver on the crosswalk signs?
Yes, on all vertical signage. I asked for no signage, and they said, we can't do that, because it's one of the earlier slides that looks like that, and it shows the sign. And I was like, oh, you can't do that. And he's like, I just said common sense wise, if there's a
Yeah.
really bad storm and that thing falls off, it's gonna hit somebody.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a liability. And then his answer was, you guys can take it down, but we have to put it up. But then it's the liabilities on the town for taking the sign down. You know, there's,
and does it just say crosswalk?
it's like the crosswalk sign, like the picture of the person in
If
the
someone's in the
crosswalk.
road, you gotta get out.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Any other questions? Frank?
Good evening. My name is Frank Geisel, 87 Pilgrim Byway in Duxbury. There were a bunch of unresolved questions I know that you had about the construction schedule and the project schedule. We've heard this for quite a while. It's concerning to me from an engineering standpoint that we don't have an answer, number one. The thing I was really concerned about is what is the decision point? In your presentation, you said the project is moving ahead. Of course, it's moving ahead because there's a lot of money being spent. And since we're the customer, even from that perspective, I'd like to know, what is your decision date that you were being pressed with? Do you know? Does anyone here know?
No. No, I'm
That's-
not being pressured. I will, speaking for myself, I will not be pressured into making a decision that I am
I
not.
understand. But do we know what that date is? Kind of unacceptable.
No, I think we're waiting to get, for me, I believe the board still wants information.
Good.
So we're still gathering information. We're getting an update from the Bridge Advisory Committee now. Dr. Tinkley is coming on June 15th at the high school. I think he'll be giving a presentation. Then we'll have more data.
Okay.
And then we're hoping for, public input. We want the public to help us make an incredibly difficult decision.
Can I just build on that? And there has to be another meeting, Ed, and with DOT. Those questions, all the things that you brought up, they need to be nailed down such that when DOT come by for their final presentation of what they're going to build, those questions need to be answered.
We don't know yet what their 25% completion is.
We don't
They-
know what
they'll-
their I don't know what the question means.
Yeah, that will be answered. There's chairs in the front, by the way.
Do we know when the DOT is planning to make their next presentation?
So,
After Dr. Tingley does his,
Yep.
probably sometime in July.
Yep.
July.
July?
Well,
Most
we'll
likely.
keep you posted.
Yep.
Again, it is our goal to
Yeah.
be letting everybody know so
Yes.
that everybody
Absolutely.
can participate in this.
Good, thank you. Well, whatever we can do to support you, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Move on to the next item.
Thank
on
you,
it.
Ed.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much,
Ed.
Ed.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Paul.
Paul.
Thank you, Cindy and Dave Enriquez, members
Thank you.
of the
We don't need a-
Bridge
no,
No,
Advisory
I have
Committee.
that, I just need the openings. My computer's not,
I don't think I have that for the next one.
What's that?
I can get it. Never mind, I can get it right
It's
here.
her, what she needs to read into the record for the next public hearing for the water and sewer. We need to go into.
Right.
Just a minute, Mr.
Yep.
Bagley, we have to open our meeting as the water and sewer.
Do we need to, or?
No,
Why not?
because I forgot the motion. Well, you can just make a
Because you
motion.
forgot the motion.
You can just say, I move to convene as the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee, or whatever what is it?
Yeah, so moved.
All right,
Second?
I'll take a
Roll call.
roll call, please.
Michael, I.
Cindy Guy.
Amy, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Thank you. So we are now acting as your water and sewer advisors. After we are done being water and sewer advisors, we will resume the regularly scheduled meeting. Mr. Begley.
scheduled broadcast.
There it is.
Yes.
Mr. Begley is here this evening to present some, as a part of the Water and Sewer Advisory Board that works to advise us about some water issues. So, Mr. Begley, you have the floor.
Before we
sir.
start, I believe the Board of Health is also present?
Yep, Lauren Hache is here from the Board of Health, and as well as some members of the
Do-
Board of
do-
Health.
do you
Thank
need
you
to
for being
convene?
here. Oh, take a
wanna get up?
moment and let them convene.
Does the Board of Health need to
You
convene?
need to grab a microphone.
So,
Have you convened as a board? Are you all set? Yes. Okay.
All right.
Mr. Begley?
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name's Jim Begley. I'm the chair of the Water and Sewer Advisory Board. I'm also here with Paul Kewen, member of the board. Bo Boington, I think, is online tonight or watching. We meet regularly with Mark Cloud from the Water Department and Melissa Rosenblatt from Board of Health and Candace Martin from the PFAS Working Group. So the information that I'm presenting to you tonight is an update for the board on a number of issues. PFAS is a major issue that we've been addressing
Also, water use is a major issue that we're addressing. So we're going to update you on those things, and we'll provide some recommendations to the board. Next slide, thank you. So just to give you a quick overview, we're going to talk about EPA's maximum contaminant limits for PFAS. We're going to talk about water quality monitoring that's been occurring here in Duxbury and what that looks like now. And we'll give you some recommendations related to the Lakeshore well, which is a particular problem with PFAS in town. We're also going to talk about current water use and recommended actions to reduce demand, which is quite high. So next slide, yes, thanks. So in 2024, EPA established the MCL for two particular PFAS compounds, PFOA, I'm not going to say the big long names, and PFOS. So those are two compounds that are PFAS with an A, S, and there are many PFAS compounds. The established MCL for those two PFAS compounds is 4 nanograms per liter or parts per trillion. So it's quite low concentration because of the concern. The most significant PFAS that's affecting our water in Duxbury is one of those compounds. We have several, but one is in particular an issue. That's the PFOA compound. So in my presentation tonight, I'm going to mainly focus on that compound. So EPA promulgated this MCL in 2024. It is an issue because of the issue of long-term exposure with health effects, adverse health effects, such as cancer and other adverse health effects. And there's also the potential for short-term exposure during critical life stages that could be a health issue. When they established this MCL, they realized that it's going to be difficult for water suppliers to provide water that meets these standards. So they elected to give some time, that they would hold off on enforcement. Originally, they said until 2029. EPA has now said we're likely going to do that in 2031. I haven't heard a specific, that's it, absolutely. We may let it go until 2031 is what I've heard. DEP is also looking at enforcing this standard at some point in the future, and they're going to establish their own standard. They have one now, but it's less strict. So they can utilize this standard, or they can propose something that's stricter. They're likely to come up with their standard in 2029, possibly before.
Mass DEP.
Mass DEP, yes. So there's the federal EPA and Mass DEP.
But 4 parts per trillion is pretty difficult to measure, and is probably, so you think in DEP may go 0 parts per trillion?
I don't expect that they'll go to 0, but they will have either this standard or something lower.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Begley, just before talking about years, do you have any idea when PFAS, PFOA and PFOS are going to be banned from being in any products? What the deadline is for that?
There's been a number of steps towards that. There are certain, these two particular compounds have voluntarily been taken off the market.
Okay.
However, they still are in a number of products. They are still formed from other PFAS compounds under certain conditions. They're contaminants within other formulations of PFAS, so even though they are not specifically manufacturing them, we still have them in products. Next slide, please. So this is where Duxbury stands with regard to this particular PFAS problem with PFOA. These data are for that compound in particular. And you can see we have our well sites that I've listed out there. And Some of them have relatively low concentrations. These are data from quarterly sampling that the town has been doing for at least a year and a half. And it shows both active wells and the wells that we've taken offline because of contamination issues, Partridge and Depot in particular. These will be the probably last data that you have for quarterly sampling because the towns elect to not continue that and only go with the required annual sampling, is my understanding.
I don't believe we've made that determination. I think that that is something that this board will not elect to do, at least not,
Okay.
but we will.
Right. So.
Thank you.
So great. That's a good thing to know. And right now, that's a course that would need to be corrected going forward. So I want to draw your attention to the Lakeshore well, which is the second last in this data set. And I have two values for most of these because there's two ways to calculate the concentration based on these quarterly samples. One is using the EPA's method for compliance, where they consider anything less than 4 to equal 0. So if you average 4 samples and there's 1 0, it's going to bring the average way down. That's the blue line. I've included the actual average in the red-colored line so you can see what we really have. And in some wells, there's 1 or 2 zeros and then one higher, and so you can see how it ends up.
Has EPA provided any reasoning why they do this interesting arithmetic?
EPA decided this baseline of 4 for a measurement because they determined at some point that most labs can see at least 4. It's a very fine measurement. In my experience, all the labs that I've seen PFAS lab results for years now. They're always at least 2 nanograms per liter detection limit or lower. EPA says you can't see it below 4, so we call it 0. There may be some labs that aren't so great in the country that can't get down to 2, but
okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Basically, the lowest level to measure is 4, right? That's what they're saying.
They're saying that if you can't,
you can't if it's below 4, it's undetectable.
Everybody can get 4.
Yeah.
Not everybody can get 2, which is what any lab in Massachusetts would produce.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Begley, this maybe came up on another presentation. For folks at home, what is the equivalent of a nanogram per liter? Are we talking a drop in an Olympic-sized swimming? I think that's what is it?
It'd be probably a number of Olympic-sized swimming pools. I mean, it's a very low concentration.
So for being
given,
0.8 over the limit is less than a drop in several Olympic swimming pools?
Yes. But it's also a concentration that's been determined by the EPA in doing health research. And EPA actually decided that in this situation they would have a goal MCL, a goal standard. They think it should be 0.
Right.
Of course.
But it's not a practical limit.
We all love that.
So because of the detection limit and because of the ability to remove PFAS in a treatment system, they've come up with this standard of 4.
The analogy of the swimming pool always, I guess that's supposed to make people feel better, but the reality is that this stuff is so bad for you, apparently, that just a tiny amount in a large amount of water is
significant effect over time in particular.
Damaging.
Right, with long-term exposure
That's
or
fair.
short-term exposure over a critical life stage.
Right.
I think the swimming pool is just to give you an idea of how.
That's what I
small
just,
the volume is.
yeah, I just want people to be able to conceptualize what we're looking at.
But the EPA says the best answer is none.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But they,
line changed? Was it now 4?
Let's hold off questions.
Yep, go ahead. Sorry,
Finish up
Jim.
and it'll be opened up for questions. Thank you.
right.
So, yes, back for a second. Thank you. I just wanted to point out with regard to the Lakeshore well, you can see that the actual concentration and the compliance average are the same. It's because it's been consistently above the standard. It's the only one that's an operating well that we've had that's been consistently above the standard. And I do show that black line going across where that MCL level is at 4, and you can see where Lakeshore is at an average of 4.8.
Yeah.
And sample results can vary quite a bit. So, you know, some of those results were significantly higher than 4.8. Some were lower, but not less than 4. Next slide, please. So I'm going to jump right into recommended actions for PFAS here with regard to the Lakeshore well in particular. Water and Sewer Advisory Board considers it appropriate to shut down that well as soon as possible. And, you know, there's concern about water supply volume. Obviously, it's an important factor for fire safety and other considerations. So this needs to be done in a way that's safe for residents with regard to other things like fire safety. We need to have sufficient supply. It's important that the town communicates with the residents in this area about the PFAS concentrations in the well so they can understand what the situation is.
Jim, I just want to be, maybe just for clarification, right?
Yes.
All these wells, we measure the PFAS concentration coming out the wells.
Yes.
But then they go into a system, right? And they go to a water tank, and then, but let me just finish.
Yes, go ahead.
Before you, I know that everybody knows the answer, but Lakeshore well is the only well that feeds
Right.
directly to residents. Is that correct?
That's the good point, yes. So the Lakeshore well is in a location where
Yeah.
there's a water main that services Lakeshore Drive and likely part of Birch Street that leads eventually to the Birch Street water tank.
Right.
Water goes into that tank. It's receiving water from other wells at the same time.
Yeah.
Evergreen, I believe, and Mayflower, Mark? Is that the second one that goes to the high zone? So this part of town is called the high zone because
Yeah.
of the elevation and the water pressure situation.
Yeah.
And then there's a low zone for the rest of town, and other wells serve the low zone.
Got it.
Okay. So there is the possibility that residents are receiving this water at that concentration that we're measuring. Others may be receiving it in a more diluted form.
Right, because other wells feed into
Other
the-
wells feed into it,
Right.
yes. Thank you for clarifying that. So getting to a few of the other things that we're recommending. So in order to shut down this well, you'll have to manage water demand. And I have a few slides coming up in the next section where we talk about water demand and what's going on with that. I just suffice to say that we'll need to manage it in some way so that we can lose the volume of water that we're getting from Lakeshore and not have it be a safety issue. The other thing to keep the situation safe with regard to fire is to maintain the Lakeshore well on standby. So it's available if there's some kind of emergency issue that we need to get additional supply in that zone. We cannot pump water from other wells in the low zone up into that high zone and provide water instead. So that's an issue. Right now, Lakeshore is used much more seasonally in the summer. So in certain months, it's operating in the same kind of standby situation or close to it with very low pumping. And then the other thing is, there's a lot that we don't understand about how water moves through our system. We have a model that can be used, and you can say, what if we do this, what's going to happen? And there's a lot of other information that we just don't have about the system. So I'm recommending, our board is recommending that you authorize the water department to spend some resources on those issues so that they can get information to help manage the situation better and prevent that kind of emergency situation from developing. And then lastly, there's a concern that there's a source of PFAS in that area that might be contributing to this. There's likely multiple sources, even septic systems are sources of PFAS. But there was a particular manufacturing operation that I've heard about nearby. So investigating something like that may be appropriate in order to keep PFAS levels as low as possible in that standby mode. But that isn't going to fix the problem.
So, just to be clear, we shut in the Lakeshore well.
Yeah.
And all those residents, where they get the water from the Birch Street tank then, at lower concentrations. So I'm just trying to understand how many
Yeah.
residents are impacted, have
We
their
don't-
water connection straight from the Lakeshore well.
And that's why I mentioned the model and the ability of the water department to assess that.
We don't know.
We don't know exactly, but it's likely in the order of a few hundred houses, and it may be more. If the Lakeshore well is off, water's coming from Mayflower and Evergreen to
Right.
those houses, and they're not getting these concentrations.
Mayflower is 2.7 and Evergreen is 2.8.
Right.
Half the numbers.
Yeah.
So those are our recommendations.
Has anybody looked into the
Yes, there's one
temporary-
little-
temporary?
We did, yes.
PFAS, you can, I've seen pictures or examples of wheelbase, right? Or that you can wheel in and
So,
work it, right?
one option that I have also, put up there for your consideration, that is,
Yeah.
if you want to continue to operate the Lakeshore well, you could bring in a temporary treatment system to operate it for the period of time that you need it until we
Right.
have our, full-scale PFAS treatment systems built and can provide sufficient water. Those systems won't be pumping water to the high zone where Lakeshore is located, but if we're not taking water from that zone to the low zone, there should be sufficient water in that zone on its own.
Do we have any idea what the cost of these?
The preliminary estimate that we got in discussing this, and this is a very basic, back of the envelope estimate, was $4 million at least, and it would take about a year to get that in place.
Right.
So that's why it's not up in the main list of recommended actions. It's just something you could consider, but it doesn't solve the problem for at least a year.
Mike's got a question, though. Mike?
So the finished water for these residents comes from Birch Street water tank, not from the Lakeshore well, correct?
For some of these residences, it comes directly from Lakeshore well, because anybody that's on the line between Lakeshore well and the Birch Street tank, gets that water directly.
I'd like to know a little bit more about the delineation, because
Yeah.
That's what
if
he
the
was
Birch Street water tank also has water from Evergreen and Mayflower, and the concentration here is 4.8, 0.8 over this 2031 level. I'd want to know what the finished water concentration is
So
with the
would I.
contribution from Mayflower and Evergreen.
Yes.
Are we testing Birch Street?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a lot of information that we're not gathering,
But there's a big ask.
It is.
and it would be a big ask. But what that temporary treatment system would do, if it was built, if there was room for it, which is another question, that would serve treat the water before it goes to the Birch Street tank.
No, I get it.
Is that Birch Street tank in Duxbury?
Yes.
Birch Street's half in Duxbury, Lakeshore's half in Duxbury.
I mean, I've walked up there, but I always thought it was Pembroke.
I thought that tank served was for pressure purposes, not for water mixing.
It is. That's the design purpose is for pressure. It just so happens that in that storage, if you're getting water from multiple sources, there's a
It's
resulting
just
dilution.
happening as a result. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yep.
I'm not sure I understand what you were saying, but anyways,
Well, like, may I?
yes, please.
So I just, we're not testing the finished water. I got a little bit of an answer here. I think that there's some people that get it from Lakeshore directly, some get it from Birch Street Water Tank. I don't know the numbers there.
Here
But
comes our
once you
water.
dilute the water at Birch Street Water Tank, is it less than 4? Are we talking
It's-
about like 3?
We don't have analysis of that directly.
Right.
Looking at the concentrations of the other wells and the Lakeshore well, it's probably below 4, but we don't know for sure.
We don't
and
know.
It's not much necessarily below 4.
It just comes down to what we call material balance, for want of a better word, right? So we know the volumes coming out of each well. We know the concentrations, right? And so with this model, I'm assuming this is what you're talking about, this model can basically do the calculations, volume of water, concentration, and then calculate what the PFAS level is in the output in the finished water, right?
Right. And the important thing to note is that where the water's coming from at any one time is highly variable.
Can we,
And wait a
we have
minute.
Mark Cloud, our water superintendent back there. I'm hoping
Wait
that.
1 second, because
Yeah.
I do want to make understand
Sure.
what you guys are talking
Right.
about. And that is for the folks that are lucky enough to be getting a mixture from the Birch Street tank and possibly some Lakeshore are maybe less than the several hundred folks that we believe are getting, or get their water directly from Lakeshore. Is that correct?
That we know are getting the water directly. Yes.
They are. Hundreds of people are getting it
That's a
directly.
water superintendent, that's his job, come on.
Let's get some numbers here.
So there would be some dilution in the tank, but the results would probably be different every time we tested, because it would, we wouldn't know exactly where the water was going at all times. It would constantly change.
It constantly changes because of what?
What the residents are using for water, and we don't know exactly how far out that lakeshore water pushes and which residents are affected by it. It goes in 2 different directions, so it's also going out Pine Street
Okay.
to Autumn Ave, so there could be more of a demand over in that part of town, and the water diverted that way instead of going to the tank.
So we don't know which people are getting the water exclusively from Lakeshore. Some people
Right.
are, we just don't know which ones.
Right, but we can assume that the residents on Lakeshore Drive get a higher percentage of that water.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, oh, yes, Brian, I'm sorry. Question?
thank you. Yeah, and just to pick up on something Mike mentioned, something that I was thinking of as well, which is what does the finished water look like? Have we tested any of the finished water at any of these residences? You're talking about shutting off a well, which is a really significant ask. And I think before we take a drastic step like that, we need to be sure that we're solving the right problem. And if the problem we're solving for is to get below a future standard, a 2031 standard, as an act of good faith by the town, I would need to have some knowledge that we're actually exceeding this at the tap, which is where we're most concerned. And it doesn't sound like we've done any of that testing.
Okay.
So
Can we get a list?
I'll just
Yep.
1 second, I want to answer part of that. And it's not a 2031 standard, it's 2031 when the EPA will start enforcing it. It is
Standard
an
is now.
existing standard.
I get it.
Got it.
Gentlemen, can you introduce yourself, please?
Of course. Alston Potts, Senior Project Manager, Apex Companies. We're the water consultant, engineering consultant for the town.
And you're building the PFAS facilities, correct?
We're working on that,
Working on
yes.
that,
Yes. I guess just to provide some additional clarification on
Yes, please.
what we've been talking about,
Yes.
right? As Mark said, the way that water is distributed in the system is highly variable. There's a lot of things that go into that. Water demand by customer is really important. The operation throughout the year, we talked about, or it was mentioned earlier, that Lakeshore doesn't run constantly. It really only runs when the water is needed. So the distribution in the winter time is significantly variable as compared to the summertime. the model that's being referenced, this is sort of like a big kind of computer map of the system, and you can, we have all of the demands for the people throughout town, and you can run it to sort of see how water is pulled from each well, and you can get an idea of, who might be more directly getting the water from Lakeshore specifically. And to talk about the sampling just slightly, the only requirement for PFAS compliance as it currently stands is to sample at what is called the point of entry, which is where the water enters the distribution system from each of these sources. So it's not typical, or, I'd say most of your neighbors, other communities, other community water systems are not sampling throughout the town at non-source points. The idea is if you're in compliance at the wells, you're in compliance in the system.
I suppose, yeah.
Did that
Well,
answer your
doesn't
question,
though.
Brian?
The question is, if we're being asked to shut down a well as being a need to have on a very important issue, nobody's saying that we want more PFAS in the water, obviously. But to Mike's point earlier, if we're getting some dilution that's going to get us below the level, wouldn't that be important for us to know, even if it's not standard, to test it at the tap? That we should at least be entitled to that information before we take a drastic decision of shutting down a well, especially during the summer when we need it the most.
Sure, I think you could do that, but Mark did mention earlier that you could test at one point every day for 5 days, for example. You're going to get a different result every single time. I think probably one of the more efficient ways to do this, again, is to run more of, as Fernando was talking about, more of like a mass balance, right? Where you figure out, okay, I've got like 30% water from Lakeshore at this point, 70% from these other sources. You can kind of do like a weighted split and figure out what that concentration might look like, and you can kind of figure out how that's distributed without having to sample a bunch of places. The PFAS samples are fairly expensive. We're talking, what, Mark, like $300 a sample? Yeah.
I know that you're saying it's variable, right? But it'd be pretty cool if we did 5 days and one was 1 and the other one was 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. I don't care if it's variable between 1, 2, and 3, but if it's consistently variable above 4, then
Sure.
I mean that's, I don't know.
That's right. That's what is important.
I think we do need to do the mass balance. We do need to use the model. I think we do need to get a level of understanding of what potentially is the issue. And that may help us pinpoint where we go and test and spend the $300 over 5 days or 6 days to see what if, in a way, validate, test the model. If we're calculating it's 2 and the model and the test over the 5 days say the average is 2, then we're pretty comfortable that our model is being history matched, for want of a better word, right?
Calibrated.
Or calibrated, whatever you want to use, right? But maybe that's something that we should look at.
I'm trying to figure out where we're coming up with levels that are less than the above 4s, which is what I'm being told is the problem at Lake Shore, and I'm hearing that Lake Shore, some residents are receiving that water exclusively, so we know that those people are
No,
receiving
but
water that's 4+.
But I just heard from
We
Mr.
just don't know
Cloud, the
which
water
one.
superintendent, that he says basically, repeat what you just said, make it clear, please.
Some people are getting that water.
Tell people again, are residents of Lakeshore getting their well water exclusively from the Lakeshore well? Yes or
Most
no?
of it, I would say, a good portion of it, yes.
Good portion. How many houses are there?
About 100.
I think roughly 150, 200.
And if we shut in the Lakeshore well, then they'll get water from.
Evergreen and Mayflower wells.
That's the point. That's
Can I,
what, yes, please, Mike.
While we have Mr. Cloud up, so these are some recommended actions. What does this do to your operation?
So I wouldn't be able to achieve
Just going
this.
through these, which can you even do?
I wouldn't be able to achieve this in the summertime. All 10 of our wells run 20 to 24 hours a day through the hotter months,
Because people are doing what?
watering their lawns.
Watering their lawns, right.
Watering their lawns.
So if we were to do this, I believe we would need to also eliminate the ability for people to sprinkle their lawns. Is that true?
I still couldn't guarantee that we would be able to shut Lake Shore off, but it would be similar to the winter when I'm able to keep the well off.
What about this number 4? That's kind of like this middle ground idea.
Yeah, we would always want to keep that in standby mode.
Is it already in standby mode?
During the winter, I try to use it that way.
So this has already been a problem. You've already put it on standby mode in the past.
No.
No, just during the winter months, I try to operate it the least amount as possible
Why?
for this.
Service the customers.
For this problem. To reduce
That's
the
what I
PFAS.
just asked, yeah.
Yeah.
So because of these high levels, you were already putting it on standby.
Yep,
In the winter, but it's
Right.
not in
I know,
it's
not
I
always,
know,
but
I'm just trying to understand what you're
as
saying.
possible. When I don't need it, I will keep it off.
So even if it was shut down, quote unquote, you could still have it on standby?
for fire,
For fire, yeah.
Yeah.
which we would do.
Yes.
But the big ask here is okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
So we keep going with the presentation?
Yes, let's continue, because the next part of it relates to water use, which really
Is where
comes
we're
into
at.
play here quite a
Yep.
bit. So before we get to that part, though, next slide, please. We have another problem. We have the Gurnett Road area, which is receiving water from Marshfield. And there are approximately 150 homes. It's the only line available to that area of town. And they have a number of PFAS compounds at elevated concentration. Next slide, please. So a similar chart with the wells that serve, this isn't all of Marshfield's wells, but these are the ones that serve the zone that feeds into Gurnett Road. A couple of those are offline, but some of those, the Furnace Brook well, for instance, is well above 4. And the Webster well, number 1, is well above 4. Duxbury Water Department sampled the connection point back in April, and we got a result of 6.07 in that water. Now, that's one sample, and it's likely to be highly variable. We don't know what the average concentration would be, but we know that that one sample was elevated, and we know that there are a couple of wells that are significantly elevated in the town of Marshfield. Next slide, please. We have some recommended actions for this as well. We need to, again, communicate with the residents of the area and let them know what the situation is. So we recommend that you do that. We need to do additional monitoring at this connection point, because that's where we can see what Duxbury residents are receiving from Marshfield. The third issue is establish an intermunicipal water agreement. As far as we can tell, there is no existing intermunicipal water agreement with the town of Marshfield. Duxbury Water purchases water from Marshfield as a client, if you will, as a customer, and there's no agreement of any sort that governs that. And as part of that, we should.
I think there is too.
I thought there was a
There's
reciprocal.
probably some kind of
I
agreement.
was pretty sure there
Sorry.
was.
but
It might be
keep going.
something that's in a file drawer somewhere, but it's nothing that our water superintendent could locate.
Okay.
So that's a potential issue, at least.
Okay.
And if we looking at this, we should take a look at a couple of subheadings here. Water rates for Duxbury residents receiving Marshfield water, which is, I believe, less expensive than Duxbury water is right now. And requests for information from Marshfield on
what they're planning to do about PFAS. Our initial information is they haven't figured anything out yet and haven't started doing anything. That is potentially very wrong. Maybe Marshfield is already been working on it, but we need to get some information from Marshfield. And then we should evaluate options. What can we do about this? If it's is a problem, which we would find out with more testing, what do we do about it? And what's the timeline with Marshfield? There needs to be further monitoring of this, but also investigation into what's the solution to it. Okay, so those are the recommended actions. And a point I want to make about both sets of recommended actions, they really will actually happen only if you issue a directive to do that as a board.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make that point.
Jim, just quick, Duxbury, Gurnett Road residents are charged the same amount for their water as all other Duxbury residents?
That's my understanding, yes.
But the Marshfield water costs less?
I don't have the exact info, but I have information that that's the case.
Here,
Mark,
Mr. Cloud, our
do you have
water
that?
superintendent will clarify this question.
We purchased it at a commercial rate from the town of Marshfield.
Oh, okay.
And that
all right.
commercial rate
Is
is?
more or less.
I would say it's less once you factor in the tiers that we charge.
So,
Factor in the water.
They don't charge us
Because we're
tiers. They
crying
The
into the
tiers?
water source, or the
They just sell it at one rate for us, and then
Right.
we resell it at a tiered rate.
Okay.
to the residents.
Yep,
So we're making a little bit of a profit, is that what I'm hearing?
I would say so. I haven't analyzed it.
Double whammy.
And that's been going on for a while? I mean,
That's not new.
that's not new.
That's not new, okay.
Okay.
So this is the end of the part of the presentation that talks about PFAS concentrations directly,
Yeah.
and where we have those particular issues in town. The next part of the presentation is, next slide, please, going to focus on water use and conservation. How can we close down the lakeshore well and still operate our water system properly?
Question.
And I'm gonna provide you some information, some statistics on what we are doing right now as far as water use. Next slide, please. So, taking a look at the current situation, first of all, the state of Massachusetts has a goal of 65 gallons per person per day, which is a little bit difficult to understand right away, but once you get a feel for it, you can see where they're coming from. So in looking at this chart, the bar chart, you can see what the goal for the number of Duxbury residents, what that goal would be. 379 million gallons of water per year. The next three bars are 2023, 2024, 2025 in Duxbury, how much water we're using. So we're significantly above the state's recommended water withdrawal rate. And if you look at the chart down below, that is a 10-year plot of Duxbury's water use, and it's pretty steady. Our water use is creeping up slowly in the last 3 years. Certainly there was no effect last summer to the increased price of water. So that wasn't a deterrent to using more water. And it's kind of been steady for a long time. The red dotted line in the chart down below is where that state goal would lie, at 65. Next slide, please. So more on our current situation. Town of Duxbury is one of the top 10 water users, more than most other communities in the state, more than most other water suppliers. We use 30% more water than all the surrounding towns on an annual basis. So you can see where Pembroke, Marshfield, Plymouth, Kingston all fall. on this scale. They're all below 65 gallons per person per day. And we're up in over 80. So we're significantly higher than most other communities in our water use.
Can I ask a question? This is startling to me, this information. Do we think, and Mark, I'm looking to you as well, do we think that that this is a result of everybody that lives in this town just uses more water? We all take longer showers, we do more dishes, we do, or is this a smaller portion of our town that is somehow used? Because I have problems thinking that it's all of, that it's everybody just
I'll
using
just
too much
say
water.
that I don't think there are more teenagers in this town than any other town, but I'll turn it over to Mark at this point.
I think this is an effect of the water rates not being increased over a period of 15 years.
Definitely.
So the residents have been accustomed to using this amount of water, and it was fairly cheap for this, over the time period.
Could it not possibly be that there are, say 10% of the town that is, or some of the, there's some big businesses that are using a lot of water, or, I don't know.
Big factories in town.
I'm kind of trying to figure
I
this
would say it's
out.
definitely irrigation. You see that the dip in the water,
Yeah, next slide.
April, May.
The next slide is going to show
Next
that.
slide answers your question.
Okay.
It's right there, it's lawns.
So you can see our monthly water use. This is in 2025. 2025 is a typical year. Previous years had similar profiles of water use, where it starts to go up in May and it goes up more in June, and it peaks in July and August, and then starts to come back down. So you can see how we're using only about 30 million gallons per month in the cold months.
Yeah.
And the average is, I think, 30, 34.
So what's that equivalent in the gallons per day?
I didn't do that calculation.
But
Yeah.
it's got to be less. It's got to be less than the 80 that we're consuming, right?
Well less.
Well, less.
Yeah. Our 80 is based on the average,
The average
over
of
the
all
year.
the peak there.
Yes, exactly, including that peak. So we have a significantly increased use. That's the point of this, to show you in the summer. Next slide, please. Here we can see the red bars are Lakeshore well. How much water is coming from Lakeshore on a monthly basis?
Question.
Yep.
The Lakeshore well doesn't even register in January, February, and March in 2025.
Yeah.
You can see it creep up as we get towards July and August, and then it comes back down again. We did have a little blip up in December, which I understand was because some of the other town wells in that system were being redeveloped. So Evergreen had to be off for a while, and that went up, and that was on more. So this works out to be about 17 million gallons that we're getting from that well, kind of worst case. The highest flow rates are about 17 million gallons per month in August and a little bit less in July. Next slide, please. So taking that information, and this is as a high-level analysis, as I said, we need to spend some resources on evaluating this situation more, and I had made a recommendation for that. But in a high-level analysis, we're looking at peak water use in August of about 85 million gallons per month. It's similar in July. The peak use of Lakeshore is about 13 million gallons, also in August of 25. So if we average all the other months together, including May, which is up a little bit, and October, which is up a little bit, we're at 34 million gallons per month on average. So there's a huge increase to 85. If the Lakeshore well was shut down, we could still use 72 million gallons per month in the summer, which is 110% of the winter cold month use of water, and not run out of water at this high level analysis. So 13 million gallons shaved off of 85, you're still left with 72 million, which is way more than most communities are using.
You know, the big question for me is, right, if we were able to get 30 million gallons a day, right, I'm trying to go back, which wells will we have on? Because right now we're planning to build multi-million-dollar PFAS facilities, all right? So if we are able to achieve that, would we be able to get the supply from the Tremont wells, the Mayflower wells, Evergreen wells, and therefore not require any PFAS treatment in the town of Duxbury?
If we weren't irrigating and
Yes.
causing that bump, the high zone would be sufficient, is what I understand from talking to Mark about it. But the low zone is, without irrigation, likely also sufficient, but you would need depot. So
You
we're
need one
committed to
depot.
one
Need
treatment
PFAS.
plant.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Whether we need a second treatment plant or not, I think depends on demand. As of right now, we definitely would need a second treatment plant
Right.
to service the demand.
And treatment plants, what, 40 million? Is that the
Yes,
kind of figure,
yes.
40 million?
40 million.
So to water plants is costing the residents
Well,
$40
it's
million
not- It's
worth
not
of.
watering your plants. Nobody's suggesting that you can't go out with a hose and water your favorite, lilies.
Yeah, no, but we-
it's the irrigation, it's the
It's lawn
sprinklers
irrigation
that
is the
people have
big
that
thing.
come
Okay,
on in
sorry.
the rain.
All right. Let me reframe that.
No.
Watering your green, irrigating your green lawn, not watering your
Yes.
plants.
Right.
Because I think there was
Yeah.
concern about people not being able to do their plants, and not being able to do their
Yeah.
vegetables,
Yeah.
and all that sort of stuff,
Sorry,
and that
it-
is not what is being
That's not
It's,
right.
hopefully with 30 gallons a day, everybody can do their carrots and can water their plants and everything else like that, and then we only need one PFAS treatment plant of $40 million.
Right.
Versus if we use irrigation to water the green lawns, am I using the green lawns?
It's like a cyclical
There's-
nightmare.
There would be,
That's $40 million worth of green lawns then, right?
yes. So, again, based on a high-level analysis, I'm saying that this is what it looks like, but you should gather more data and do some analysis to really understand the situation.
Sure.
Right now, we don't even know who's using a lot of water, how much, where the demand is. There's been no evaluation of how many households are within the top tier of the irrigation, of the water rates, that are using the highest proportion per household. We don't know. There's no analysis that's been done of that.
That should be easy to find
You think
out.
so?
You would think, could we not find that out, Mark, as to, who the
No.
big water users are?
Yeah, we could do that. It would take some time, but I have a new,
It doesn't sound like we have time. That's the concern.
but I do have a new admin coming on, hopefully beginning of July, so that's going to be a big help for us
Great.
analyzing and tracking down all the
Yeah.
Thank you.
everything.
What about some type of a summer intern, or do you have anybody in your department that this might be a nice project for?
We could try that. We do have a senior work-off that helps us out a lot.
Great.
Yeah,
that's a
I
good
don't
idea.
think it's really looking at the bills and the tiers and finding out, who are the people using that top tier. It just may give us some answers.
Thanks.
So,
Thank you.
I don't have the information in this presentation, but I did do some evaluation of how much water might be used for irrigation. So in a typical household in Massachusetts that utilizes irrigation of lawns,
Right.
they're using about 2,900 gallons per month for irrigation. Now that's a typical kind of size. There might be much larger irrigation going on in Duxbury in certain places and smaller in others. But that's something that we could get information on if we analyze the records that we're now collecting. And it's really an opportunity because until 2025, the summer of 2025, we didn't have quarterly billing.
Right, yep.
So we didn't have that information easily available. We have that now, and I'm suggesting that we utilize that to better understand our system.
Mark, the question
That was
for
the
Mark.
point of us going to quarterly billing in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. Mark, a quick question. Town facilities, right? Town lawns, town buildings, where does that water come from? Do we have water wells, or we get that from the system?
Yeah, most of the town properties have wells
Have wells
for the irrigation, yes.
for the irrigation?
Yeah.
And the schools, right, with the playing fields and the
Yep.
schools, everything else is
Yep.
But you know
water
what?
wells, good.
Yeah, but even with the wells, it's bad optics when it's raining and a town building
Isn't that true?
has the irrigation going.
Nicely said, Cindy, yes.
I mean, I don't know if they have sensors or,
Yeah, I think if we ask our residents to put sensors on, we should put rain sensors on the town systems, right?
Next slide.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So I'm wrapping up now.
Yeah.
Water conservation recommendations. There's a list here. In order to shut down the lakeshore well, you would need to implement additional outdoor watering restrictions. I understand from talking to Mark that there's just recently been a change at the state level of drought that requires going back to less water than I think we're currently allowing earlier in May. We need to evaluate the extent of automated lawn irrigation. How much of that is happening? How many of our customers are using town water to irrigate lawns? I've looked at other towns. Other towns in Massachusetts, not all, but some, are requiring registration of any irrigation system that's connected to a town water supply. So not just when it's connected, but if it exists. That registration is something that we might consider so that we understand the number of irrigation systems that that are using our water. So Apex was here, had put together a conservation plan for Duxbury in 2025. It's still draft, it hasn't been finalized, and as far as I can tell, there's no plan to finalize it. So I think that is something that should be reviewed by the town, updated if necessary, and finalized. It is on the town water website with no cover and no date on it, but
in draft form, or?
In draft form, yeah.
It has been finalized since then. I just need to update the website.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay, great.
Yahoo.
So,
done.
now that it's been finalized, we
should be
recommend that you
implementing
implement it, because implementing it is the whole point,
Right.
right?
Correct.
There are a number of related things below that are in part covered in that water conservation plan. Improving public communication and outreach, looking at how residents are informed of water restrictions. Right now, it's very hard to know
Yeah.
what the water restrictions are in the town of Duxbury. Look at landscape alternatives, education on landscape alternatives to irrigation. There's ways to not have so much lawn and still have a beautiful landscape garden area. And then just, again, on information, more information, user-friendly websites. We don't need to create our own. We just need to provide links to them. There's a bunch of them that are out there on water conservation. So I'll stop at that point, but I wanted to just see if Paul or anybody else in the PFAS working group or liaison group has something to add that I missed in the presentation.
Just one comment.
Okay.
Paul Cohan from Chestnut Street, Water Advisory Board. Mark and Jim and I spent a lot of time talking about, we're not the only town in this situation. And we've learned quite a bit from, for example, the town of Concord. We've gone through similar situations. They do have good signage about water restrictions that's available for people. And I would suggest that we look at that more closely. It could be things that are put in the clipper, it could be at the transfer station, but the current means of getting your information about when you can water and when you can't is hard to discern. It could be a lot better.
Yeah.
And we also need to get a target with the model of how much water we need to remove. We made a guesstimate, but it's a very fluid sort of situation. It's
No
not
pun
dynamic.
intended.
It's, you know. So I'm glad hearing your response about having the model updated or improved. We'd love to communicate with Apex about what sort of what-ifs we'd like to ask the model and see if that's possible with the model. So, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work.
Yeah, thank you. But it feels like there's a decision in front of the board just about whether we operate Lakeshore Drive or not.
It is, and I think we need to get some public input that might help.
I live on Lake Shore.
Okay, so, let me make sure that we have, Brian, did you have any questions at this point?
No, thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the board? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public. If you could just tell us your name and your address, ma'am?
Joanne Kingsley, 126 Lakeshore Drive, Duxbury, Mass. I have to go to work, so I appreciate and let me speak. On Lakeshore Drive, they had braid aid, which is one of the things they're talking about. They also sprayed that pond, which is unfit for swimming or doing anything with the fish there in the 70s. There's been a lot of pollution. They have an open well on that street up near the pumping station across the street from that that's not covered, that somebody could get hurt in. This is not a new problem. Been talking to before when Water Commission was with Board of Health, talked to them about it. In the 30-plus years I've been here, almost 40 years, many complaints have gone about this. There were over 50 cancer cases on Lakeshore Drive alone. In my house, 4 out of 5 of us have had cancer, including the dog. So I understand what you're saying about a lot of things with this. Also, you're targeting an area for excessive water use. There's 200 houses on the street. Of course their water use is going to be higher than across town on a street that has 10 houses. You know, I mean, let's look at the proportion of that when you're going to start restricting their water. Then you're going to restrict the water because of the PFAS. Okay, but you're also telling us that we also have to worry about fire things and everything else. That problem has been there since Braid Day was there, many, many years. And now we're getting the fallout of it. But you never cared about that. You're not even aware of Birch Street and Lakeshore Drive. That part of Birch Street is in Pembroke, the other part's in Duxbury. Lakeshore, part of it's in Duxbury, the other part's in Birch Street. When I first moved to this town, I was sent to the town hall in Pembroke to pay my taxes. Even though it's at Duxbury, they said, no, go to Pembroke. There's very much a lot of education here that needs to go on. But what's going on Lakeshore Drive, as a hospice nurse, I've taken care of patients there, and my own family's been affected. And I can tell you there is everything, every single cancer is out there. I think we were just talking here, there's 3 with thyroid right now. There's multiple melanomas. There's childhood leukemia. There's brain. The only thing that, one of the things PFAS is colorectal, but I haven't heard too much of that. It's all the others. But not to be responsible, and when I reached out to Board of Health, oh, we can't keep the numbers on that. Well, death certificates say what the cause of death is too. You know, I'm sorry, there is an area that is a very neglected area, part of town, and then that the well only services us, that other people get other wells, water. We only get Lakeshore. So I don't think there's much concern, but to say that we use more water because there's 200 houses.
No one's saying that. I want to make sure that you understand. Whatever restrictions we impose will be town-wide to try to save money so that we can close down Lakeshore so that you guys aren't getting that water.
Closing down Lakeshore, you're going to guarantee us that when you close that down, and I will take an example this weekend, Saturday, I didn't get any sleep before I went to work because there was a water leak in the street. So all from up till 9:30 at night, I hear beep, 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 because they had to dig up the street to repair this. I understand there's been 9 instances of this in the town with water mains breaking in the streets. Huh?
They're old pipes.
I know what they are, yes. But the problem is you had water use spewing around then because somebody called and said, hey, something's leaking water underneath the street in the yard. So you've got a system that's very old but not very well monitored. The transparency concerns me. Because I hear this I found out recently people have gone about the issue with the PFAS and PFOS, but no one on our street knows because it's so long. It's 1.5 miles long. So you're not going to reach everybody, or see everybody. So I just wanted to represent that, and there's also that open well, someone needs to address that, but maybe when somebody falls into it or something, there'll be a problem. It's been brought to people and it's been ignored.
right.
Madam Chair?
Sorry,
Joanne, before you go to work.
Do you know about this open well, Mark?
Yeah, I've been out seeing it.
Okay.
Looks like it's about 1.5 feet deep.
Yep.
I didn't test the bottom. I'm not sure if it's hard or soft there. I didn't see any water standing in there, but we were gonna put some stakes and caution tape around it.
Who does that, who does that well belong to? Do you know?
It's on water department property at this time.
It's on what?
Water department
Town.
property.
So it's one of our wells?
No. It was constructed probably in the 70s, maybe.
Did you say it was 1.5 feet deep?
Yep, and about 3 feet in diameter.
What's it for?
It looks like a hole.
Okay,
I
all
wouldn't
right.
call it a well.
What was it for? Why is it there?
Residents said that that's where they dumped the spent dye.
Oh, okay, that's the area. Okay.
Okay. So that's my other question. So 70s here, well, spent dye, what is this all about? Can we be,
Grade Aid was there.
what's grade A?
Grade
Grade
Aid. It was a
Aid.
rug
It was a
and
wool treatment.
company. They moved from there, they moved to Christina's restaurant, where Christina's is now. That was
Yep.
moved from there, from Lakeshore Drive.
Okay. And what were they doing? Or do we have any? And they were putting these dyes into a well over there? Into the lake?
Into the wells.
Okay. All right.
And they sprayed to kill vegetation in the 70s. And that water will be forever polluted in that pond.
Okay.
So there's so much that over there that,
Who's they?
the town, back then in the 70s, the electric company,
Okay.
No, it wasn't DET, but it was something that they used to kill the vegetation from growing.
Well, I think that we can.
I'm just trying to understand.
No, I think, Rainey, we can certainly ask that, we look into the shallow well that is a possible safety hazard,
Yeah, sounds like it.
and make sure that that's secure, correct?
I think there's some areas on that street and stuff that have come up today that you don't seem to know about, and that's kind of concerning, that this is a
Don't
problem.
seem to know about what?
Open wells,
Well, so we got that one.
the
What else?
spraying of the area and the pond.
In 19, who's spraying the pond? Is it happening right now?
No, but in the 70s they
Oh, in
did
the
it.
70s.
Yes, so it's already polluted.
So it's already
1970s
polluted, so in the
and everything.
About
70s.
that.
Is the Board of Health aware of all this?
No, I've gone, not this Board of Health, but I've gone to the Board of Health in the past about the areas in the
Well,
street.
remember, your Board of Health in town is that they're volunteers, they are
Right.
terrific people, they
Yes.
give their time and their energy.
Yeah.
But as we all, boards change, people
Yeah.
change, people move in and out of town. So it would be wonderful if we all knew what all you guys know, but
That's the transparency that doesn't exist in certain areas.
I don't know I don't know if that's
history.
transparency or if that's historical knowledge
Yeah.
that we rely on others for knowing.
Knowledge that there was chemicals dumped by our town.
Can you go up to the,
Can you go home? Is it?
Yeah, if you've got an hour.
oh, we don't, we're trying
We're trying
to,
to understand, to fix, right? So that.
Yeah, so,
he's raised a lot
when
of
you talk about
concerns.
grade aid down on South Shore, my name's Don Ladd.
Yeah.
I live at 35 Birch Street, so I'm
Okay.
affected by all of this.
Yep.
And I've had extensive, I've been in the waterworks industry for 50 years, so
Right.
there's a little bit I do know, not
Okay.
much. But I do know that the soils are tested, and the soils were tested around our dump because they knew what was dumped there. But the soil was never checked on the old grade aid site because someone didn't know about it back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, I've been here since 83.
Right.
And grade aid was still operating then. So maybe the soil should be checked. Now, I have to go back a little bit here. I've got questions on every one of the slides we saw tonight. So I don't know if you want me to. go through this with
Could
you
you
or not?
summarize? We
Or
do
send-
have a huge agenda this
Yes,
evening.
I'm
And
sure
these
you
are
do.
very important questions, and
These are
we
very
certainly
important
can schedule another meeting to, if there's more questions than we have time for, we can always continue this meeting to another night. But I do think we have some pressing decisions that's being asked of us.
What's the most pressing question you have, the most concerning, your number one question?
There you go.
A lot of it has to do with well production. So could you tell me how much is being produced by Lakeshore and Evergreen? How much is the daily pumpage for every day out of all of those wells? Because you keep talking about a mixture, but we really don't know how much is being pumped. You may only have a 250,000 gallon well at Evergreen, and you might have 500,000 gallons a day at
We've seen.
So we want to know what that is.
Experts are right
Experts are
here.
here.
It varies by the season,
Sure. Is this a daily?
monthly.
I'm talking about daily. What's the daily
Divide by
output?
30.
I don't have the
Yeah,
daily,
so,
and that varies also.
don't you
Sorry.
understand that a well produces a daily amount of water,
Yep,
right?
yep.
So what is the daily output for all of those, each individual well?
Yep, so I don't have that right in front of
Okay,
me.
and you're talking about it being different by month by month.
Yep,
And now, if we have
Seasonal.
plenty of water at the Lakeshore Drive, but we don't use it because it might have some PFAS, you might be able to pump it up. Maybe the PFAS won't gather as much because it's not being used as much. It might have a little less PFAS in it because we're using it more. If we can, if we have the
I
water.
am not sure that the science supports that. I'm
I
not
don't
a,
think,
you
I
know,
think it
I'm
was
not an
said
engineer.
quite well that we don't have the resources in town to do this. And so it's not Mark's problem, it's our problem. We need to be able to help them get more money to do these studies, to tell us what's going through the water mains. And they just don't have the resources.
Well,
I
I
did
think
read
that-
Apex's
I think-
report.
So our board, as water and sewer commissioners, are going to work with the water department. They are an enterprise fund. They are a revenue-generating
Yep.
department in town, so they should have some resources on hand in order to do these models and find out exactly how we can,
I don't think we have the resources.
well.
It's an awful lot of studies that have to be done to answer all of the questions we have.
and we have done a lot of groundwater modeling.
Right.
As far as the.
And we need the
pilot
groundwater.
Study and also the
So-
McNeil dump.
There's water flows downhill, pretty much. And so it's underground and it's gonna flow downhill. It's not gonna go uphill. So what's happening along the power line off of Birch Street? And then there's Lakeshore Drive, and then there's the pump station. What happened to all those chemicals that were sprayed over the years by the electric company? They get into the ground, and then where do they go? They probably
so
went to
that-
Lakeshore
Long
Drive.
time ago, we don't know.
Well, the
But you
electric
don't know,
company is.
you don't have a
now
study
the-
being done of what the plume is, and what's flowing where.
But we have to, we've done work. Well, Spain, you're very knowledgeable. Why don't you join the water advisory, the water advisory board, right? So
Or
you can
go
use
to
all
their
your knowledge, or
meetings.
go to their meetings and ask all these questions and find out all the information.
I just started
Find out.
watching it now. We had a pretty
Good.
good operating system here for a long time.
Good.
And now all of a sudden, when the PFAS hits, it's time to, look at it a little differently.
There we go.
And,
I like that.
but it's gonna cost money.
Well,
That's
and
fine.
another
No, it's not
resource,
fine.
we do have a very knowledgeable Board of Health in town. The Board
Yeah.
of Health has extraordinary powers.
Yes.
Sorry, guys, but, this is their bailiwick.
Yeah.
So, again, you have valid questions, valid concerns.
Yes.
So I encourage you to, go to their meetings.
It's fine, I will go to the meetings if
Yes,
I get
please.
invited, but this is still something that needs to be addressed so that the public hears it. We can sit in a meeting and talk all day, but we're up here because we're worried about, I don't know if I really am on the direct line to Lakeshore where I'm getting all PFAS, or maybe I'm splitting this amount that is a little blend, but we don't know what the blend is. Then we turn down, we don't use Lakeshore, now we have to worry about getting water from other parts of the town. What happens to water pressure over there?
Mm-hmm.
Does it go back
That's what
down
we're
or does it
trying
go up?
to-
You know?
That is
No,
what-
but if you go along to these and ask the questions, Mark will answer it right there and then. It's
No,
okay.
And that is what we're trying to grapple with,
Because
sir.
when we first moved in here, we had 28
this
PSI.
on.
at the home. And now they added 12 PSI more to it since they built the tank. But
So-
will it go up and down?
No, they raised the height of the new tank
Right.
to give you more pressure.
So we'll always have that?
Yes.
So we don't have to worry about the PSI, the pressure for fire protection, it's just the volume.
As long as we can fill a tank.
So I have another quick question.
Well,
I think,
I think we need to kind of move.
all right, one last
Okay,
question, please.
Please make it very quick.
I will. The EPA says we can only use 65 gallons per day per person.
DEP.
Okay.
DEP, Mass
Okay. It's recommended. Now, if we were to measure the water level in all of our wells, is there enough water in those wells to easily sustain more gallon per person? And I think what our answer is that we don't have enough above storage. It's not that we don't have enough water. And so we do what the DEP tells us to do because they say so, rather than whether the town has the water or not.
No, that's just not, so the DEP sets gallons per day that we are supposed to comply with. We have not complied with that in my lifetime in the town of Duxbury.
Right,
So-
I don't think we've had to.
So that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be. What we're hearing from our water advisory is that we are using more water than pretty much every other town
But
in
you don't
the
under-
Commonwealth.
all right, I won't
And
get
there's
into the
gotta be
argument with you.
No,
My
I don't want to
question is
argue.
that-
I want to assure you that we are grappling with many of the issues that you're raising. We don't want anybody's household, whether it's yours or anyone's in this room, to be getting concentrations of PFAS that are above 4. So we're trying very hard to figure out a way that we can ensure that that is the case without causing a shortage of water for fire and emergencies. So that's what we're trying to
We
do.
have plenty of water in the ground.
Oh, we do.
And so
We
what
have
we
plenty.
need is more storage.
Amy?
Yes.
Amy?
Oh, yes, Brian, yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe being the benefit of the guy on the wall instead of the guy in the room.
Thank you.
I'm a little detached from the discussion, but I just want to point out, I think Mr. Ladd, I think it was Mr. Ladd who spoke, made a number of good points, and I just want to push back a little bit on the board. I think in our capacity as the Water and Sewer Commissioners, he is in the right place. I'm also the liaison to the Board of Health, and I just want to make sure that we're not inadvertently pushing something to the Board of Health, which I suppose it's in their jurisdiction, but we're the ones ultimately who are responsible for providing safe and sufficient water. So I do think he's in the right place. And also, I do think that the folks who are asking questions are also in the right place to ask them, and they don't necessarily need to go to all these other meetings because ultimately it all comes up to us. And I think this is where we're sharing the information. People are getting engaged, and I appreciate the fact that it's now 20 minutes to 9. We have folks who have been with us, and I know we have a long meeting, but I just want to maybe take a step back and acknowledge and appreciate that folks are here asking good questions, and I think we're doing all we can, at least for this evening, to provide the answers that we know, and that with a promise to acknowledge that we will provide additional answers as information becomes available to us. So I just want to, I don't want it to feel like it's us versus them at tonight's discussion. I think we're all in the right room, having a good discussion to address the issues that we're all very interested in tackling. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, well said. Thank you, Brian. So if we could try to, and again, everything Brian said is absolutely correct. So if we could try to just, make, and again, I think we're going to end up having to continue this meeting for another night anyways. So if we could have your name and address.
So I'm Geraldine McShane. I live on Garnet Road. And I was here for another agenda item, not this one. And I'm sitting here talking to the woman beside me when Lakeshore Drive they were talking about. I was feeling really bad for those people. And she was saying, well, you can get filtration systems for like $500. And she sent me the name. I'm like, oh, that's probably just a good idea to do anyways. And the next slide pops up. And what street is it? Garnet Road. I had no idea. It said 2024.
the town was notified. If I'm right, I hope I was
No, we're
wrong.
just hearing that now, ma'am. We
Yeah.
did not know.
So, I know, and so it was just disheartening. I'm like, what? Like, communication is so important, good or bad news, right?
Oh, yeah.
Why didn't someone tell us? I would have bought the filtration system. I'd stop using the ice cubes. I mean, just like it's been a year and a half plus, and
Well,
we had
don't
no, and you
believe
don't
that's-
either. But I just, you know what I mean? It's like, so I want to get my water tested. Do I have to? I'll pay the $300.
Well, look, I think someone can speak to how long that's been
Okay,
going on,
okay.
and, some measures.
So
I
my
think-
ask is, can I get my water tested via the town and pay the $300 to the town?
We're going to be,
You
can't
know,
hear anybody.
I
We got to suck it up.
Candace, yes.
like to get my water tested.
Candace Martin, 59 Gurnett Road. So how this came out was being on the PFAS working group. I was very curious about my water quality. I had to file a FOIA request to Marshfield to get the raw test data. I summarized it, and I came here 2 weeks ago because
That's how we
I
learned
was
it.
shocked. We're worried about a lakeshore well, and I'm not saying not to worry about it, but it's used summer months only, and it's 4.8 parts per trillion. We're at 6.97. 5 out of the 6 wells are over 4. And this is every day. This is our water quality. So that's why I came to you to not present it at this meeting as a shocker, because I want Board of Health to help. I want Duxbury Safe Water. We're Duxbury residents, and we want the same attention.
Agreed.
So I want to know who specifically is going to follow up with Marshfield and find out their plans.
The water advisory, the commissioners.
No, well,
Commissioners.
might I also suggest we have a town
Oh,
manager?
yeah, but
That's-
we'll
that's
direct,
what-
we'll direct.
I mean, that's, I think,
That's what he means.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
his job.
I'm not going to make volunteer, this
No,
is a
that's
big
what-
issue.
That's what Fernando is saying, is
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm saying.
we'll direct Rainey to do that, and we're
Yeah.
going to have,
Okay.
Just 1 minute, Sheila Lynch Bentonen.
Yeah.
We're not the only town dealing with this, and in Denver, Colorado, New Orleans, Troy, New York, Syracuse, and Providence, Rhode Island, and Montreal, they give out free water filters that do 98% PFAS removal at people's kitchen. You don't need PFAS removal for your shower, for your irrigation, for your swimming pool. You need it where you drink it. And these new pitchers with activated carbon filters remove amazing amounts of all the chemicals that were talked about. And towns are now realizing the regulations aren't till 2031. So we have 5 years with residents talking about cancer in their neighborhoods, and other towns are taking action, and Providence is using their ARPA money to give out free filters in 2 zip codes in Providence that have high PFAS. And maybe this board could consider, as part of your outreach, either to educate people about these amazing new filters at their kitchen. And plumbers are advertising $7,000 to $10,000 whole house PFAS removal, which isn't necessary. Your shower water doesn't go through your skin. So these $50 to $100 filters in your kitchen can do a lot. And a lot of towns, all of New Orleans, are giving these out free.
Well, if you would be so kind as to provide us with the link to that, and we can, look into it and put it on the website or something so that people can research that option. I think that would be really helpful.
And also, the Water Board recommended that the Select Board do the outreach and education, and brown lawns in August should be cool. They shouldn't
I
be
agree with you. I have
disgusting.
been saying that we
And-
need to come to a place where we look at green lawns with disgust, because this is going to cost us a lot of money if we keep going this route.
And also, this isn't the only product. It's coming down in price because there's tons of products like this coming out.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Hi.
I'm Charles Zisco, 262 Lakeshore Drive. I've been involved with the pond for quite some time, living right on it. In fact, I attended a meeting with Joe Grady and Fred Weiler at the Pembroke Town Hall to get initial funding for a pond cleanup, and which we're still dealing with now, because it needs to be treated every few years. Before everyone jumps off the roof, I want to read you something. Prior to 2024, there were no federally enforceable limits for PFAS chemicals in U.S. water. Instead, the EPA relied on a non-binding health advisory level of 70 parts per trillion. All right, goes on to say, Massachusetts regulated cumulative limits of 20 parts per trillion for 6 specific compounds. The regulations have changed. The goalposts have moved. Don't think that 4.8 is going to just all of a sudden magically give you cancer, okay? There's a lot of other risks out there that are a lot more than that. Nobody wants more PFAs, but let's just take this in context a little bit, all right? The other thing is, I applaud you guys. It's a long meeting. Everybody here is highly charged. I get all that. I look at it and say that I think more testing has to be done. The one graphic that showed 4.8 was pretty telling that that's probably a pretty close number on that well. Again, thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have a member of the public with their, oh,
Yeah.
yep.
Is it me?
No, wait 1 second, Christine.
There you go. I just made a couple notes. Karen Tepper, Board of Health. I think that we should have another meeting just dedicated to this so everyone can, I hope you all agree with that. And I
Agreed.
think that would be probably the most useful thing to do and have all
Could
of
you
the.
repeat yourself? I'm sorry, we're trying to shut this thing off.
Yeah, Karen Tepper, Board of Health.
Yes?
And thank you very much. I'm going to be quick here. I think listening to everybody here, we should have a meeting dedicated to this particular topic and bring the folks together that need to be here and give people time to talk. I think that's important.
Yep.
I had some aha moments from listening to all of this. Certainly Gurnert Road was an aha moment. And then these, pits, I guess, in Lakeshore Drive or wells or whatever they're called.
Yep.
So I think, first of all, for the pits, probably a little more explanation. Is there more? What's in it? Test it, whatever you need to do. And the other thing that we've been talking about for a number of weeks, probably a number of months at the Board of Health, specifically about Lakeshore Drive, but now about Gurnett, is we have to have some way to notify the residents. And I don't know who that would be. I think it's more than the Duxbury Clipper. I think it's more than a website, but we need to have some way to notify people so that they know what's going on. I mean, I'm sure people talk to their neighbors, but we can't guarantee that everybody knows it. So it's just information. So another meeting, more information. Let's have some more testing. Thanks for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Hill had a question. Christine?
Okay, so I just wanted to make first a comment. The quarterly bills, I've been told, are that people didn't realize that their water bill went up because it was quarterly, so it was the same amount they used to have, so that may have affected your market signal. But the more important thing I wanted to talk about was I reported on the issue in Marshfield, and they had a meeting over in Marshfield at their Board of Public Works. And before I say anything else about Marshfield, I want everybody to understand that Marshfield has a really significant financial crisis where they didn't even know, they had to redo their entire accounting system because they didn't know where money had been spent last year or the last several years. So I would hope everybody would be a little bit considerate of them. But what the Board of Health said, the Board of Public Works said, was they were using granulated activated carbon to try to reduce the PFAS levels. And at the last annual town meeting, they got money to replace that treatment at the well. It's the worst. It's the Furnace Brook 1A.
They plan to watch the situation, and the other thing was 2 of the wells in the low zone, the Webster 1 and 2, they are a little bit like the Partridge and the Depot well in that they're near really heavily populated areas. So they thought that they could reduce the PFAS levels if they sewered that area of town. But you know, they don't have the same complete plan like Duxbury has, and also there's not a lot of public information about it. And one of the comments was from the former chair of the Board of Public Works is that they were meeting the current limit that was set by the DEP. It might not be what Duxbury, as clean as Duxbury wants, but they don't have to do anything else for right now. So anyway, I just thought everybody should know that.
Well, thank you, that was very helpful. Thank you. Okay, any other, Mrs. Chin.
Hi, Becky Chin, Plantation Drive. Quickly, when we had the VLAC pipes in town, we had 60 streets, and the EPA came out with a parts per billion number of 80, and they thought that was just fine. Well, that lasted 10 years, and all of a sudden it was down to 5. And again, their goal was 0. So that went on for 30 years before we got the pipes out of town. I would like to say that the EPA, again, has dropped their number to 4, but they also are saying there is no safe level. Bottom line.
Yep, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else from the public? All right. Well, we appreciate all your comments. We know this is difficult for everyone. So we definitely need to continue this meeting. I think the suggestion to have a fairly designated just to this issue coming up hopefully in early June, because I don't think we can wait much longer.
Yep.
I do think that there are some issues that we can address before that meeting. I would like the board to vote on continuing with at least sampling for PFAS and PFOA twice a year. We were at quarterly. It sounds like there's been some internal discussion of going to once a year, but I personally would advocate for every 6 months samples to stay on top of this, especially where we are obviously struggling with these numbers. I think just kind of easy things like implementing the conservation plan, that we need to ask our departments to start implementing that plan, and we will do whatever we need to do to assist in that effort. The modeling, which will give us some more information. I don't know what the finances at the water department are, but I would hope that there is money available for some of that work.
Oh, I think so.
Rainey, do you have any insight into that?
I don't. I have to look and see what the nature of the modeling is going to be. I'll talk to Sheila and Mark about it.
Can I ask? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
please,
Margaret.
go ahead.
Do you have another thing you want to?
No, go ahead.
I was just wondering, if Mark, if you could speak briefly to the, we were doing quarterly testing, and then once a year, was there a reasoning behind that, or?
Originally, I thought there was a directive for quarterly testing. Then I realized it was never voted on by the board. So in default, I went by the DEP sample plan, which was once a year.
Okay. Would there be a problem to do it twice a year?
Nope.
No, okay.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yes.
Let's just get that one.
Somebody make a motion.
Amy, just point of order, please.
Yep.
I'm looking at the agenda, and this is scheduled for a discussion. I don't see anything about a vote. I just want to make sure we're not overstepping our authority here, rather than just continuing to a future meeting. I don't have a strong concern, but I just want to point that out before we take a vote.
All right, I'll make a list of motions for the next.
That's fine.
I mean, that.
Yeah.
You know,
But I do think we we can make some directives that don't have to be by way of motion, like implementing the conservation plan.
Well, that has a monetary, I haven't looked at that thing in a year. I haven't looked at it.
Well, he just upped, it was in draft form. He's
Right.
now finalized it. It's on the
I
website,
think we
but
should
the water department needs
continue
to
that.
implement
What
it.
are we implementing? All of it, part of it?
That'll be
You
part of
know,
the next
I think
presentation.
that needs to be part of a discussion. I don't want to just say, go forward. So, but I do have one directive I think we can get done tonight.
Okay?
These folks on Gurnett Road have found out about their water being, I would ask our town manager to reach out to Marshfield.
Yep.
Find out what is the plan. At least preliminarily here, we heard what Mrs. Hill had to say, but I would like our towns to communicate with each other, just to get more information so we have an idea of what's going on here, and then we can take some next steps. I think,
Okay.
you
And
know,
then maybe the next meeting, we can have kind of I'm getting tired and I always
Yeah,
lose
no,
my
that's fine. We
words.
can
So,
move on to it.
you know, the points that were suggested to us, you know, let's have those and let's try to get into a place where we have the information that we need to make some moves.
How about this, Amy, that there's a large number of recommendations were put in there. So basically, conversation with the Water Advisory Board and Mr. Cloud and Sheila, how many of those recommendations we can turn into action, and the costs associated with each of those actions, that there's funding in there, so we can maybe
thank you. That's
make
perfect.
we can execute quickly and effectively if we have all the information in front of us, right? These are general recommendations. Let's sharpen them up. Actions with costs. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Okey-doke.
Okay, anything further? All right, thank you all for coming out.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion and possible vote pertaining to February 2nd, 2026 letter from Bob Galvin regarding the Leone property located at 7 Ocean North Road. Mr. Galvin, before we get into that, I know that late in the day today, you have provided a memo or an updated letter. That is not in our packet, so I don't know.
New hard copies right now.
Okay. I always have a hard time with these last minute.
I
Sorry.
emailed it, Brian, earlier.
There's a letter? There's no letter, there's just statements.
Yeah, it's a timeline.
Oh, it's a
Oh, the
timeline.
timeline.
Okay. I didn't know what it was. I just knew there was something.
448, Brian.
So let me try to summarize where I think we're at with this. So this is a special permit and variance application that was submitted by the Leones to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Zoning Board of Appeals at their meeting has deferred to us to make a determination regarding what is and will not, what is and isn't going to be allowed in the easement area. And that's what we're,
We need to vote to come out as water commissioners.
oh, yes, we do. Please,
Sorry.
hold on one moment. Thank you for remembering.
I move that we come out of being water and sewer commissioners and reestablish ourselves as select board.
Second,
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Brian, aye.
Sorry.
No,
So, back to the Leones. So we are looking at this in terms of this application, as well as we need to keep in mind that there are other applications before the zoning board for similar issues. I hope everyone had an opportunity to listen to the hearing.
So I just want to double check, right? So I did listen to the ZBA and watch the 2 hours or 3 hours of the conversation. I personally, it's 9:10. I don't need to hear. I've got the timeline, understood what's happened. I follow the conversation that took place in the ZBA. Can we just stick to what is being asked of us tonight?
Yep.
And have a discussion around the easement, right? And that's the only thing that, everything else is still up in the air. They talked about zoning bylaw changes. They were going to go to the Comcom. They're basically, the ZBA kind of just moved it forward on there. So I think that piece, I don't think we need to discuss. It's
I
just
agree.
tonight is the easement. Is that right? Do I
Our
have that right?
issue is what can and cannot occur in the issue, in the easement. And we all have received a copy of the wording of the easement. Did everybody get that and read that? Okay, so that being said, Mr. Galvin,
Yes. Okay.
nice to see you, sir.
Good to see you as well. So I represent Jack and Joy Leone. They're seated in front of you here in the front row.
Hi, guys.
Okay. This home has been in Joy's family for 65 years. It's a single-story cottage on a very small lot, under 5,000 square feet. And for the last 50 years, they've had a deck in their front yard up against the former seawall. And making a long story very short, town took an easement
Yep.
to
Yes.
rebuild the seawall.
Yep.
Everybody's grateful for the seawall that's
Yep.
there. It's certainly helpful. What it impacted Leone's, because it's now
4 feet higher.
4.5 feet
1.5
tall.
feet higher. 7 feet
Seven
higher,
feet,
okay.
okay.
7.
So, Northern Construction was the contractor for the seawall, like it was in Marshfield. When the work was being done, they indicated to the Leones that the deck that they had to be removed in order to rebuild the seawall, but was part of their contract, according to them, to replace what was there and restore what was there when they were done. So the Leones asked Northern Construction, when they were there doing the work, if the deck could be raised up in the same location, and the Northern representative said yes. The Leones have indicated to me that they asked if any permits were needed to do that work, and Northern representatives represented to them that they did not need any permits, and the town was paying them to replace what was there. The Northern representative stated to the Leones that he had a deal for them, and that's the words that they say. If they paid his employees for the additional materials needed to raise it, Northern would pay for the deck floor and the railings and use its equipment to install the new footings. The Leones agreed. They paid $10,000 to Northern representatives, and the work was done. I've included a couple of pictures of the present circumstances. The Leones were oblivious to any of this being a problem. They're happy to explain it to you if you have any questions of them. In June, Mr. Wazalewski was out in the area and observed that there was an elevated deck there in front of their home. It's now capable of seeing the beach, and there's a set of stairs there going up to the seawall, and he issued a stop work order, rightfully so. Work had been done without a building permit. That required at least a building permit. The Leones contacted their engineers, the Grady's, submitted an application for a special permit. I've since learned that that application was not complete and never processed here at the town. When they came to see me with this problem, they were facing a citation and a daily fine. That was news to the Leones, not because Mr. Wazalewski did anything wrong at all. It was because they thought that the process was being taken care of. It wasn't. So what I did was 3 things. First of all, I certainly appreciated that there was an order of taking and an easement that had been taken so that the seawall could be repaired. And I wrote to the selectmen, you all, the select board, and asked if I could come in and talk about work in that area, because I knew even with permitting, if this was an area that the town had rights in, then it would still require your approval. I filed an appeal in the district court over Mr. Wazalewski's fines, and I filed an application with the Zoning Board of Appeals, because I knew that it would require, at a minimum, a special permit and/or a variance, depending on the results of that. The Leones have since engaged Grady to file a conservation notice of intent with the Conservation Commission, and that was just recently filed, and there'll be a hearing on that. The reason we're here for you, with you, is because nothing else matters unless we have really the right to do this work, and that's why Mr. Dennison deferred all to you all. we need permission. And making a long story short, I'm not looking for an easement from the town to keep this deck there. I'm asking for something that's maybe even a little bit more simple. I'm asking for a license, which is revocable by the town, allowing the Leonis to keep their deck there. In the event that the town at any point requires either maintenance of the deck or the seawall, or to replace the seawall, the Leonis and their successors and assigns are willing to remove any portion of the deck that needs to be removed. They're willing to insure it. They're willing to indemnify the town and hold them harmless in any potential liability here and/or potentially even post a bond. The Leone circumstance, my understanding, is not unique to them. There are many structures on Ocean Road North and South and further north along the beach beyond those two streets where people have structures, patios, and even grading that's been done right up against the seawall. So the Leones are aware that there's been some person that's maybe already been in there with a slight encroachment into the easement. This is not a slight encroachment. I presented an existing conditions plan to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I was concerned that you would not have it, so I sent that over a little earlier today so that you could see the extent of the encroachment, because it's not insignificant.
Oh.
It's a significant encroachment. But it's a fairly isolated issue. And I would suggest to you that if it's permissive, the town could revoke permission. If we were doing anything that would damage the wall in any way, shape, or form, which this does not, and I don't think anybody's accused them of that, they'd certainly be willing to make any type of an amendment to it. And I'm looking simply for a license to keep what they believed they had a right to do, which I think the town, I'm not pointing anybody specific at the town, but Northern Construction led them to believe was okay. I think it was normal for them to believe it would be okay because Northern said to them it was okay and didn't require permits, and they don't have a long, extensive history and the knowledge of the law of permitting, and it just made sense to them. And if you go up and down the seawall walking along it, you'll see everybody else down there, or not everybody, but most of the people have structures or patios or grading now that's right up against the seawall. So our ask is kind of simple, that we be allowed to do this. We will sign a license agreement that's on terms that are acceptable to the town, including all of those features that I asked. If at any point the town needs to work on the seawall or wants this deck down, we'll do it at our expense and move it and get the permits to do it if that's what's required. We're just asking for the possibility of keeping it. And I think that there's another good reason for it. First of all, someone could say that it improves the value of their home, which it certainly does. I think that there's a public safety benefit by having it. It's certainly not going to impede the daily use of the seawall in any way, shape, or form. And it'll give us the opportunity to make sure that the Conservation Commission is okay with this design, which it probably will be, because now it's up on sonotubes and it wasn't before, and it was probably a projectile in the appropriate storm, which it was in 1991 in the no-name storm, and now water would flow under it and through it in a natural way. There may be some slight modifications, but it again is up on pilings. And then we can go to the zoning board. The zoning board was great on April 9th. They asked Mr. Wozlowski, and he was most cooperative not to issue any more fines because of the circumstances.
Yeah, I think we all actually
Yeah,
listened
we
to
all
the,
listened to
we,
that.
Okay,
we-
so I'll-
so we've
I'll
we've
skip
all
all
heard
that.
it.
Yeah.
But in any event,
3 hours worth of listening. of it,
Yeah,
so,
it was a lengthy,
so that's the ask.
okay.
We're not asking you to give us an easement.
Hear
we're
what
just
you're
for a
asking. I
license.
think Mr. Guitart has a question.
Yeah, so basically, you're taking the easement, the language that was an easement that was signed by everybody there.
Yeah.
Says no permanent or temporary buildings, structures, utilities, and/or facilities shall be constructed, installed, maintained, or placed upon the areas by any party other than the town without the prior consent of the town. It says that in the easement. That was signed by everybody. That's very clear. You don't need a lawyer to read that and understand what it means, right? So it means you cannot do anything without prior consent from the town, right? So you're asking us right now, tonight, to give that consent. Is that what you're asking us, to give that consent? That approval to go ahead and
I
build that
am
structure?
asking for that consent, But no, we didn't agree to it. It was an eminent domain taking that,
I'm reading, this is Commonwealth of Massachusetts Order of Taking, Town of
Correct.
Duxbury, Plymouth SS. I'm reading the paragraph which says, no permanent or temporary building, structural utilities, any facility, construction without the prior consent of the town. It says that quite clearly.
and I've been forthright in saying to you that the Leones never asked for that consent, but they also were led to believe that this was permissible because Northern Construction performed the work.
Well,
Well, okay, well, let's not, there's nothing permissible, but the bottom line is this is not about the easement. I thought the conversation was about easement, but actually this is a pretty broad question you're asking us, is basically to approve it and ignore the COMCOM, ignore the ZBA, ignore everybody, and the select board approve this. Is that what you're asking?
I completely disagree.
Okay, good. Well, what are
We
you
haven't
asking of
even
us?
finished the public hearing with the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Right, okay.
We haven't had the first hearing with the Conservation Commission.
Right, okay.
The only person that we've really had any interaction with is Mr. Wazalewski, okay? The ZBA postponed consideration to determine whether your board wouldn't consider allowing them to maintain the deck there with some type of suitable agreement. And I was proposing here tonight a license agreement, which is revocable by the town under the terms that I said.
Is that, okay, maybe I missed that bit, the most crucial part. Is that what the ZBA asked us to do?
So it doesn't, the ZBA is rightfully so. They need us to determine what can and cannot occur within the easement area. Once we determine that, then they're still going to need to get a building permit, they're still going to have to ask for a special permit from the ZBA, and they still have to go to conservation. But our purview here is to decide what, if anything, occurs in the easement. We have already had one application before this board in which a resident was building a staircase down into the sand, and one of the steps encroached into the easement. They came before this board. We grappled with it, and we allowed it to happen, one step contingent upon the step being removable. And that was the decision of the board, was that we didn't want encroachment into the easement area. This, what we're looking at tonight is something that's already been done. I'm sorry that this was already done. I feel for you. I don't know the circumstances. It sounds like a bit of a debacle. But here we are, and now we are faced with a large structure that has been built without a permit, without conservation approval, and all within our easement area.
But that's what, okay. So I'm trying to understand what Attorney Galvin is asking of us, right?
He's asking us to grant a license to allow this to occur within the easement.
Within the easement, okay,
Within the
sorry.
easement.
All right, okay, now I understand, right. But does that ignore, that doesn't ignore, well,
It
I'm
is in
still.
conflict with what
Is
the
it co- is
language
it-
of the easement is.
Madam Chair, can I just
Yes,
jump in?
please do, Brian.
Go ahead, maybe help me understand the legalese of this.
My
because
old
I'm
land use
confused.
lawyer hat back on here. You're all touching upon the same issues, for the point of clarification. The request, Bob, as I understand it, has nothing to do with us as a board consenting to any permits. It's a request of the select board as representing the town, which has an easement property interest in the property that specifically excludes any structures in the easement area without our permission. In other words, if somebody goes to the ZBA, they need owner's permission to submit the application in the first place. In this case, there's two quote-unquote owners for the purposes of the application. It's the Leones as the owner of the underlying fee interest, and the town, more importantly for this issue, as the owner of the easement that's restricting any construction here in the first place. Do I have that about right? I think that-
You have it exactly right, Mr. Glennon. Yes, exactly right.
Okay.
We own the land, but the town has taken an easement. So this deck, which has been there for 65 years thereabouts, had to come down for the reconstruction. They put it back in, believing that they had the authority to do it with the assistance of Northern Construction, and now we're asking for permission simply to go forward with the other boards and see what happens. And we're trying in every way, shape, or form to assure the town that in the event that there's any impact on the wall, or there's any need for future maintenance, that the Leones are willing to, and their successors and assigns are willing to remove it at their cost and expense. They're willing to secure that with some type of a written license agreement and/or a bond, so that the money will be there and the town can rest assured that if they make this promise, it's committed to and will be fulfilled.
So I just want to jump in because this is a bigger, I mean, it became very clear at the zoning board hearing that there are other applicants in the wings waiting for similar requests. So this is precedent setting on, for us.
Right.
Which is important. We did, again, have one hearing which we made the contingent upon a removable step into the encroachment. So,
I still want to make sure that whatever decision we make tonight does not impact or does not, we're not superseding any work done by the Conservation Commission and the zoning board, and we're not in violation of any bylaws, because I think I heard in that meeting is that there is a bylaw which says we don't allow structures in the zone. So I'm just concerned.
no, I agree.
That we make a statement here.
We have building and
Right,
conservation here.
And that we basically set the precedent that it's okay to violate our bylaws. But I think the ZBA can give us waivers to the bylaws, right? So there's other organizations or committees that have approval to.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
we're dealing with the bylaws so
We're
much.
not dealing with the
and
bylaws
Brian has
at all. I
his-
think Mr. Glennon hit it perfectly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We're
just-
simply asking for the ability to permit that with the other boards, if those boards give us permission. You're not professing one way or the other that you want them to give permission or against it. We're simply asking for
Okay,
permission.
all right.
Brian?
Permit it.
Yep.
Brian?
Yeah, thank you. So I think a larger issue we need to be thinking about, and I appreciate the situation the Leones have been through. They've acted in good faith, and this seems to be a really difficult lesson for everybody. But at the end of the day, what we as the select board are being asked to do is protect the purpose of the underlying easement. So I think, and this goes back to our discussion back in February, and Rainey, thank you for sharing what we talked about last time. We were looking for some sort of policy to address situations beyond the step. In other words, I think we've been faced now with two ends of the spectrum. One is a little step, or one or two detachable steps inside the easement, and the other end of the spectrum, which I think we're looking at tonight, is a large structure elevated against the wall. And it begs the question as to what the underlying purpose of the restriction was for. So obviously, DPW's not going to be driving up and down there every day to inspect the wall. But there's a reason we had the easement restriction in the first place. And I'm wondering if anybody can speak to what the purpose of the easement restriction is, and how we as a board can accommodate, if at all, encroachments into that easement while protecting the purpose of the maintenance easement in the first place. So that's, I think, the missing piece.
I would ask if we could get that from either Sheila or Rainey.
It's right in the easement itself.
The purpose?
Purpose.
Go ahead, Bob.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The easement that the town took was an easement area to place, install, construct, preserve, inspect, operate, maintain, repair, rehabilitate, and replace a beach and dune system and other erosion control and storm damage reduction measures and appurtenance thereto, including the right to deposit sand, plant vegetation, alter the contours of the easement areas, construct berms and dunes, nourish, renourish periodically, erect and remove temporary structures, facilitate the preservation of dunes and vegetation through the limitation of access to dune areas, and for any and all other uses and purposes related and incidental to thereto.
Okay, so it really just, to keep
Very
it
broad
available to
purposes.
us for whatever we may,
Whatever
we
reason.
may need
Okay.
to do.
I'm just, I see Mr. Waslewski and Nancy Rufo there, and they look just ready to jump in and provide additional context. Is that right? Do I have this right?
Hi there, Jim Waslewski, the building commissioner. My understanding with all this, I've been round and round many times for quite a while about this, is the only issue at hand right now is that the select board are the controlling members for the use of the easement.
Okay.
That's the only subject. An approval would not approve the deck from the zoning board.
Okay.
It would not approve anything for conservation either, and I'll let Nancy speak to that. It's really basically simply the use of it.
Of the
That's
use,
it.
okay.
That's all that's here.
Okay.
Thank
Good. I
you.
was really worried about that, so thank you for that clarification.
The issue as to why it was sent here from the zoning board was that without an authorization for the use of the land, or the easement, they can't make a decision on it.
Okay,
Right.
got it. Understood.
So that's
Yep.
the simple point that's here in front of you.
So
Thank you.
we're to decide what use we want to make out of it?
Say that again?
What use
What
is
use-
allowed in the
What
easement?
uses
Allowed,
For just the Leone's home.
for just the owners, but,
Precedent.
certain precedent though.
No, I just want to
Yeah,
know,
so-
what are you looking for, Jim? That was my question, I'm
What am
sorry.
I looking for?
No, I mean, what do you believe the question from the zoning board to be?
Whether or not they have permission to use that, to place anything in that easement or not. That's
Okay.
the purview.
I just want to make sure that's clear.
That's what's in the easement.
Them personally.
it's what use the
So
the
I'll just-
homeowners have.
I'll just say this, the Leones own the land,
Yeah.
but you have an easement, and no one's disputing that, no one's contesting that.
Yeah.
We still have a right to make the use of our land as long as it's not inconsistent with the purposes
Of
of
the-
your
of the
easement. And the language that exists there would lead you to believe that it is inconsistent, because you want the ability to maintain the seawall, okay? So what we're asking is what the taking contemplates, that there be a possibility of permission, consent. Yes, they didn't get consent, but that's because they were following advice of someone they shouldn't have followed.
Okay.
But now they're asking for consent.
Okay.
And we actually asked first, we didn't get sent to you for, we asked back in February before there was any zoning hearing to come to you, because I knew it was an issue.
Okay.
We needed your permission.
Okay.
And I know we didn't get it before, but I explained to you the circumstances.
And that's fine, that's understood, and it's not, it's not been held against the Leones or anybody, okay?
And they don't take it that way.
And, yeah, please, yeah. Nancy?
Hi, Nancy Rufo, Conservation Administrator. I don't want to go into the details that I already did that you saw on the ZBA
Yeah.
meeting, but Conservation does have strict rules around velocity zones,
Yes.
which that deck is in right now. There is no expansion allowed in velocity zones. We did receive the electronic filing of the notice of intent yesterday. We don't have the paper copies or the checks yet, so we haven't been able to schedule it for a hearing. I did go through the document, however, and one thing that other properties along the older new seawall, the 2018 seawall, did after the seawall was built was they filed for letters of map revision so that they were removed from the velocity zone and they were put in the AO zone. So the Leones in this application noted that that request has been made.
Good.
But what you decide tonight, Conservation will still have, their hearing.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it, understood, understood. So, in other words, as long as we have access to the easement when we want to have access to it, right? And the Leones will do everything, basically respond to any request that we have. That's in writing, right? That's a contract, then and we're not affecting anybody else, it's still everybody else's decision. What we decide tonight does not impact.
Of course it does.
It does?
Absolutely, we're setting a precedence. What can,
This sets a precedent.
Yes.
This is going to be a precedent for everybody on the wall.
Absolutely. So
But-
what can be done and what can be done and or not done within, and if we were to be consistent with our prior ruling, our discussion surrounded around whatever structure had to be removable. I think that also comes from conservation, Nancy, right? Isn't that one of the rules that pertains to the high velocity zone? Sorry, here she comes again. Should have asked it before.
Yes, in some cases, we do allow removable, they're patios, they're almost like pallets or those interlocking puzzle pieces that can be removed at a moment's notice. They can be removed off-season. They're at ground level. So those are allowed in the velocity zone because they can be picked up pretty quickly.
But, thank you. But can I just have a
Yes.
question, my fellow select board, the legal guys over here? We said a president, but the president applies to all areas, right? So if all other areas we have access to it and we can do what we want to do in terms of what's covered within the easement and the rights to the easement, then what's the big, why can't?
no, I don't-
Help me understand.
You just said it wouldn't affect anything else. Yes, it would, because it
Right.
would be precedence. I'm not
Yeah.
saying one way or the other,
Oh,
whether it's
okay,
a
got
good
it.
thing or a bad thing.
Okay, got
I'm
it.
just saying that comment that it wouldn't affect other properties is
Okay,
false.
my language wasn't sharp. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Understood. It will affect, but it will be a consistent effect, right? Okay.
Amanda, were you saying it wouldn't affect other boards? It wouldn't affect what conservation would
No, it
decide
wouldn't.
or
No,
ZBA,
definitely
but it
not.
would
That's it.
definitely affect other properties.
Other
Other
easements.
properties,
Other properties.
what other people are planning to do.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
how
got
I
it.
thought you meant.
So part of this agreement would be that the lien owners would agree to remove it on their own dime and their successors and assigns.
Yeah.
But that, it does not sound like would fly with conservation if they were in this, you need a moment's notice, not just like when they can get to it.
I can't speak for the commission, but I can tell you that they have been very consistent not to allow any expansion in the velocity zone. And we've had filings as soon as a month ago, 101 Gurnet, where they were proposing to a raise and rebuild, and the rebuild had a deck in the velocity zone, and the commission said no, and they had to go back to the drawing board, and they moved it back, so they're completely out of the velocity zone.
What's the safety reason for this?
No.
Just so I can follow this, what's the safety reason with the velocity zone?
It's more, I think somebody mentioned how things become projectiles, maybe Attorney Galvin
That's
did.
enough.
Yeah, so it's literally wave action through this area
Okay.
during.
So I think if we try to bring it back to what we're,
Yeah,
our
yeah.
area
But I'm
is
trying to
the
understand.
easement area.
Yep.
And so what has happened is that this elevated deck has been built within the easement area.
Yep.
The easement is there to ensure that we have the ability to do the laundry list of items that Attorney Galvin read out.
Correct.
I believe that, personally, I believe that this violates the easement the language. I believe that this is not what was intended when we all signed the easement. Now, is there a middle ground? Is there some way that we can allow for some activity within the easement without, quite honestly, your deck, the way it is now, is completely blocking access to the wall.
You can get underneath it to fix anything, but in 65 years that I've lived there, in the summers, now we live full-time, maybe someone came with a pail and a shovel.
No, I understand, and again, I'm trying to, so maybe there's some middle ground wherein if these structures were removable or during the off-season, that would be more consistent with that velocity zone and allow for some use within that easement that maybe we can consider appropriate.
So we could do
Just
something.
a minute.
Nobody can hear
In
you.
order to hear you, we need to have you go to the microphone. And I want to give Brian an opportunity to speak as well.
My name is Jack Leone. When we had the easement, the only information we had about the easement was that it was to maintain the wall and to build the wall, and it was temporary, not totally all the time.
And that is really the only reason why you need an easement, because the wall is going to last 100 years, and they have made this same wall in Marshfield 25 years ago, and they have never had to touch the inside of the wall. Never. In 25 years. So the question is, what is the easement for? We wanted a wall because, we wanted a deck because, Joy, show the picture of me sitting
We've
there.
seen the pictures.
No, we've
This is
seen
what
it.
it looks
I
like.
understand. I
No, no,
totally understand. I
terrible. It's
totally
7.5
get it.
feet. We get it, we get it.
We get
We
it.
could see, before, we could see from our living room, we could see
Oh,
the
yeah.
water come in. Now we see nothing.
Yeah.
So I think we should be able to see the water, that we bought a house on the water for that purpose.
Mhm.
And like I said, I think looking at it from a large perspective, you have an easement, you shouldn't be thinking about, oh, it's our land and it's the easement. You can do everything that you want to do in that easement, because I suggested I would put wheels on it and pull it. When you want to get in back there, we'll have the deck pulled out of the way. So it wouldn't affect anything that you have to do. And it was built that way too.
Okay, so again, I think some of our options here are being consistent with our prior ruling in that structures are removable. And then I think we also need to grapple with how much of an encroachment we're comfortable with. With the first stair, it was, one step in, very minimal encroachment. This one is more significant. Brian, do you have anything that you want to throw in?
Well, no, this is a slippery slope, and this is why we talked about guidelines a couple of months ago, that we knew there were going to be additional requests, and how far can we push? And again, what is the purpose of the easement, and are structures of this type consistent with that purpose? In other words, is there any reason why DPW would need to get a truck down there in an expeditious manner? Not tomorrow, but maybe 10 years from now. That's really what I'm looking at in terms of the long view on this easement. We now have an easement. There was a reason for it. I'm still not clear personally as to the nature and extent of what we may use it for. Maybe we need to engage DPW in this discussion before we make a decision, so we can better understand what's likely to happen in the long term. But also to keep in mind that, with all due respect to Leone's, I know we're only talking about their property right now, but if we do it here, whatever we allow is implicitly going to be permitted as a legal matter by us as the holder of the underlying easement to be allowed on that wall. So if we're okay with this, we need to be okay with this replicated up and down the wall. And how does that affect the town's need for access?
Right. So
Sheila's
Sheila has something, I think.
I can't think of a scenario where I would ever recommend a permanent structure in an access and maintenance easement. You can never say never. In the DPW, we respond to unforeseen emergencies all the time. So we would strongly recommend that you consider that. A question I have is, if we want to inspect the backside of the wall, how do we do that right now in that location?
Thank you, Sheila. That's
Thank
really
you.
helpful. Brian, do you want to make a suggestion on what you'd be comfortable with here?
Well, this is tough because, the Leones have done this in good faith. And I appreciate that there's a giant concrete block out their window, and that they can't see anymore. And if I lived there, I'd probably want to do the same thing. But I'm sitting here as a member of the select board who's responsible for enforcing the town's easement. And I start with the presupposition that structures don't go in an easement. We have allowed a step or two. That's one. I don't think the structure in its current configuration is consistent with the nature of the easement, although I would be very interested in hearing from Mr. Leone. He said he could put wheels and move it. I would never say never necessarily, but I don't see how we could authorize, as responsible members of the board, protecting an easement by allowing something this big to be there, at least on a permanent basis.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Okay, well, right now, my understanding is that the only issue, the deck is built, correct? Yeah. And basically you can use the deck right now, yeah? But why don't we, I think we need some little more time to maybe put together a proposal for the select board that, or the conditions by which we would accept something on our easement which allows DPW to do their work, which kind of conforms with what's written in the easement, and then basically debate that. Right now, we don't have anything, I don't have anything in front of us. We have some feedback, but I'd like maybe a white, I don't know, we call them a white paper, or a proposal, right, in writing as to what we would, as a select board, think would be acceptable to have on this easement. Then that would serve as a.
So are you suggesting an amount of, a limit of encroachment, for instance, or an allowed use, or removable
That's
versus
right. I mean,
permanent?
the town shall have the right to access the easement area from time to time by foot, vehicle, or heavy equipment for all and any purposes stated herein, and uses necessary incidental thereto. Right, so is there something in there that would be acceptable for the homeowner to be able to see over the seawall that would allow us, that would be acceptable within the frame of this easement?
There's another paragraph that prohibits structures, so, you know.
But without prior written consent of the town, right?
Correct.
It does say,
So-
no permanent or temporary buildings without the prior consent. So it seems to open the window to having stuff in there.
That maybe they could have gotten prior consent.
Yeah. It does seem to say that, right? I'm just trying to find
I think
yeah.
we're all tired.
Yeah, and
Um,
Alicia maybe remembers this. I don't have a memory of this, the purpose behind this when we initially signed this, what, 5 years ago?
We needed to be able
I would like to listen to that, because it's probably in our archives. I'd like to listen to that conversation.
As to the easement, as to why we needed the easement?
Like, and for how long?
No, because we
Where do you
couldn't
think
build it.
that's memorialized?
I think we talked about it when we all asked the homeowners to sign it, way back when we were building the seawall.
We can certainly try to find that. For me, you know, I can try to beat a dead horse all day, everybody knows this. The easement language is in the document that everybody signed. We signed it, the property owners signed it. We need to determine what we feel is in the best interest of the town to
That's what I want to listen to.
allow
Yeah.
to occur within our easement, and define that.
Yes.
And, you know, whether it's an amount of an encroachment, like with the steps, we grappled about that. We knew that these were coming. We said, okay, we'll allow one step in, but it has to be removable. You know, I don't want to, you know, I want to be consistent, and I want to be fair. So, how we proceed is,
Somebody needs to write down somebody needs to suggest, somebody on the select board needs to suggest what we think is reasonable, and have that debate in front of us. Somebody needs to do that.
We need to decide what is
you
reasonable.
want one of
for
us
easement?
to
Well,
craft?
we can ask the town manager.
Well, we can.
Or we can ask town council.
I
or
can
maybe
ask,
with-
I can work with
Or
Sharon or Amy Questle
Or
to
maybe the
come up.
DPW,
Or
what is
DP
reasonable, what do they
Yeah, what does
reasonably
DPW
need?
want?
You know, I mean, I'm not saying.
Well,
now
She's
feel
saying
that-
that she's just came up to the podium and said
Yeah.
she could never imagine a structure being put in an easement, why we would ever do that.
Right.
I think Brian's kind of, you know, saying similar. I would be happy to work with either Sharon or Amy and come up with what we think is reasonable language for your consideration.
Yeah.
And you guys can either increase the requirements or decrease
And
them.
this is just so that they can then go back to the
They have to go to their.
ZBA.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
Yep, they should have done.
ComCom and all that stuff, yes.
so it's not that we're saying
We are
it's a
not
done deal. We're
circumventing,
just.
we
yeah.
would never circumvent any other board's
Yeah.
jurisdiction. That would
Right.
not, so this
So
is
that's
just what is allowed for use within the easement of the town.
Quick question for the Leonis, maybe you can answer it, I'm looking at the plot plan, I'm trying to figure out, how deep is the easement? I mean, is it all the way to your front door?
15 feet.
15 feet.
Easement, even though 2 feet is the seawall.
Yeah,
15 feet, and there's 15 feet to my house,
right.
30 feet from the seawall.
So this is the
That-
elevated
that-
deck.
Yeah, elevated deck, but that's the line of the easement, is it?
So it's 15, it's 30 feet from your house to the seawall,
30 feet from the seawall to my house.
and 15 of that is the
Easement,
easement.
15, so they
So
got
there's
15.
15 feet that they could
They-
use
That
in
you
Yes.
could
theory.
use.
Yes.
That you could use, there's 15 feet you could use.
In
That is
theory.
In theory. Okay.
So if it is the pleasure of the board, we will need to defer this decision, and I will work with Amy or Sharon and bring back some language for your consideration.
Sure.
And meanwhile, you have a deck, and you can use it, and you're not being fined, right?
No, the zoning board has taken the fines off the table.
So basically,
We're not ignoring it either.
yeah, no, understood.
Ms. Babcock, did you have something?
Yes, Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. I just wanted to add, I totally understand your philosophy with easements in general, and I can appreciate the comments here, especially from, Sheila. But I want to just bring to your attention that the purpose of the easement was really for construction, for this particular easement. The prior easement that the town had was for, maintenance of this wall. But the wall was at the end of its useful life, and it was really crumbling. And even in that poor condition, the only maintenance that was done was coming down to fill cracks with putty. So I can't imagine that there would be anything that would warrant anything more than that on a brand-new wall that's built to modern standards, that is brand new. There are some vertical expansion joints. I know there's some tape. I think that would probably be the worst thing that ever might need attention periodically. But it's not like the town has to come down and fill cracks and do, regular maintenance on this thing. It's really, it's not going to ever get much attention. And if there's water that comes over this wall, that we have water that's damaging anything on the land side, we've got bigger problems, because this wall is massive. So I don't think that's an issue either. And I would like to make a suggestion that maybe if you are going to push this to another meeting or have some further discussion, maybe it might be worth your while to take, have the select board take a field trip down there, just so that you can experience what it's like in person and feel what it's like really to kind of like be in that pit and to really see the wall yourself firsthand, to see how robust it is. And so I think it would really put your mind to ease. So I just want to toss that out there and see if you might be willing to do that.
If that's the pleasure of the board, we can certainly post a meeting to
Yeah.
go
Go and take a
to a
look.
field trip to the beach.
Field trip. I've done field trips to the beach to see the old wall.
I know, I do too,
During-
yeah. So if that is the pleasure of the board, we can
Yeah.
certainly do that.
We're not, the next meeting we'll have something to look at, right? So we're trying to come to an answer. And quite frankly, right now, we're struggling amongst ourselves what the answer is, right? So let's put together that draft and give you an answer. Meanwhile, you have the use of the deck, not being charged for it, and you're putting applications for it, right?
We already
Through the-
did
With everything in there,
We
so.
also applied
Yeah.
we also applied to FEMA,
Yep,
and it's all in, we're just waiting for them to
Okay,
come
good.
back with
So
the-
think-
Velocity zone.
Right.
On top of the seawall, like they did when they finished
Okay, I'm
That's
sorry
right.
that we appear to be kicking the can
But
down the
we're not.
road all night
We want to make the
long.
right decision, okay?
Just-
So,
So, bear with us, and
Yes.
we should have
But we're not in a hurry. You can,
well, we need to do it right. I mean, this is impactful, as Brian, very eloquently said, this is, we try to take ourselves away from personalizing it and thinking of the people, we have to do what's in the best interest of the town. That's the job. So, that's what we're trying to do, so. Anything further, Brian?
No, I think it wraps it up, thank you.
Okay. If you have anything else, can you go up to the podium, please?
Hi, Joy Leone, 17 Ocean Road. Is there any way you can change the easement? Everyone that's on the seawall, most of us are older, can't get down these 18 steps. I have a bad knee. It's hard to go all the way down. I enjoy watching my children, my grandchildren, in the water, but I don't want to sit on the sand all the time and watch them. And that's how everyone feels. I've been there, my childhood, everyone's there for all these years. And that old seawall that had nothing in it stayed until the big storm. Now, the town, thank you for putting up the seawall, because my little one-bedroom house will stay there. If the water ever comes over that wall and we need to fix it, forget it. The deck's going to be gone, and so will my house.
Right.
So I'm asking, is there any change that you can make in that easement so everyone in our neighborhood, we all love each other, we care about each other, and we don't have a lot. I don't have from here to the wall of land, and no one does. You can't get a truck. There's 5 feet between my house and the next door neighbors. You cannot get a truck in between most of the homes.
Well,
So they will have to come with a pail and a shovel and, fix that wall, but mainly it would be on the ocean side.
So while we certainly sympathize with what you're saying, the town, the governing body of the town is town meeting, and town meeting made the decision to spend a lot of money to build a wall to protect
Right.
your homes
And
and
we're
to
thankful for
ultimately
that.
protect us on the other side as well. So a lot went into that. It was an expensive project, and part of that were the legal documents that go with it. So this board, personally, I would be hard pressed to unwind something that town meeting, authorized. It was part of the deal. They made the decision to do this, so to undo the easement, I think would be, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. But again, what I think we're trying to do is find a way to clarify what use can be, what uses can occur within that easement area, so that everybody has equal opportunity to understand exactly what that is and move forward accordingly. I
Right.
think that's the best we can do.
yeah.
Right, but there's no way of changing it. We had to sign that easement, or else they couldn't make the wall.
Correct.
Right, so
So
that,
we couldn't do anything.
right, so the
couldn't
deal's
object to
done.
it.
It's like going back on a P&S, or a home purchase or something. You can sell, but, the deal's been done.
So maybe another way, we're trying to honor, obviously, the intent of the easement, we have to, but at the same time, we realize the impact that it has on your home and your ability to enjoy the home. And so the intent is we're going to try and find a way, I don't know, maybe try and find a way that respects both sides, okay?
Right.
So we're
And
trying our best.
It's also a safety issue, going up higher for us to see over the wall. And I'll give you one example. My grandson and I were sitting on our deck. It was a windy day. There was a little boy who was on a little surfboard.
Right.
And he was pushed so far out to the ocean that no one on the beach side could see him except for us. And my grandson got his big surfboard, ran out, paddled out
Right.
to get him. The poor kid, though, jumped off of his board and was almost drowning.
Oh, wow.
But my grandson found him and got him. We wouldn't have been able to see that.
Right.
We don't have lifeguards there.
Yeah.
So that's one good reason to have your decks up higher. And if you move them back, because I can get to the back of my deck, I can't see over the seawall.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Galvin. Sorry for keeping
Thank
you
you.
so late.
When you're going to discuss it again, could you be present?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
I'll let you know.
We wouldn't miss you, we wouldn't let you miss it for the world.
We do have a meeting on January 23rd, I believe it is, with the,
January 23rd?
June 23rd.
23rd.
We'll move it if we have.
Yeah, we'll,
Yep, keep moving along.
But come to my house.
okay, I'll come and take a look.
Drink. Sit on the-
No, that's bribery, no.
Okay, the next item on our agenda,
Okay.
and hopefully we can wrap this up quickly. The next is to appoint a member of the select board, or one or two, to act as an alternate member to the Plymouth County Advisory Board for FY '27.
That's correct. I need two of you, one member and one alternate.
Brian and I have been doing that. I don't know if anybody else has any interest, but I'm
Go
happy
for
to
it.
continue.
How about you,
Would you
Brian?
be willing to continue, Brian?
I'm happy. I think Mike and I make a pretty good tag team with the officials at the county. I'm happy to continue, or if you think you've seen too much of me, I'm happy to step aside.
Which one of you is the member and which one is the alternate?
I'm the
Mike's the big
member
dog.
and Brian's the alternate, but sometimes they confuse us, so I'm happy to hand it over.
You want to switch it up? I don't care.
It doesn't, we both help, I think.
You can keep it, Mike. You can keep it.
All right,
Okay, keep.
all right, I'll stay on as member. He can
Thank
stay-
you,
yeah.
thank you both for that.
Yeah.
I move that Michael McGee be appointed as member and Brian Glennon be appointed as an alternate member to the Plymouth County Advisory Board for fiscal year '27.
Second.
July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027.
Second, sorry.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call because Brian's on. Mike?
Michael, I.
Cindy, aye.
Amy, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
There you go, unanimous. Okay, next item I'm going to turn over to Fernando Guitart.
All right, so the next item on the agenda is a vote to ratify the town manager's contract. And I just want to read out the press announcement that was sent out back Tuesday, April 28th. Not everybody might have received it, so I guess another step into improving communications with our residents. The Duxbury Selectboard voted today on Tuesday, April the 28th, to renew the contract of town manager Rennie Reed for a 3-year term effective July 1st, 2026, with a standard 1-year renewal clause. The renewed agreement maintains Mr. Reed's current salary with a 2% cost of living adjustment. Mr. Reed first notified the Select Board of his interest in renewing his contract in October 2025 as part of the normal contract renewal process and timeline. At that time, the board determined it was prudent to defer deliberations until spring, allowing members to focus on the budget process and review the results of the annual employee survey. On April 8th, 2026, Mr. Reed again notified the board of his intent to renew. The Select Board subsequently gathered additional information to inform its deliberation and convened today, the only date in the near future on which all 5 members were available to take action. To quote, "This decision follows a deliberate and thorough process. The board took the time it needed to review all relevant information and negotiate final terms," said Select Board Chair Amy McNabb. Vice Chair Fernando Guitart added, "Rennie's 13-year tenure reflects a proven record of effective, steady leadership, and we look forward to continuing our strong partnership in the years ahead. The renewed contract takes effect July 1st, 2026.
So thank you. So we have
Yep,
a
you're welcome.
motion.
Yep.
You could just read that explanation.
Read
You
what
want me to read this,
explanation?
to
Yes.
vote to ratify the town manager's contract?
Yeah.
You want me to read it? On April 28, 2026, Select Board and Town Manager met in executive session to discuss the renewal of Mr. Reed's contract, at which time the board voted to renew said contract for a 3-year term effective July 1, 2026, with a standard 1-year renewal clause. The renewed agreement maintains Mr. Reed's current salary with a 2% cost of living adjustment. In addition to voting to renew the contract in executive session, the board is also required to vote to renew the contract in open session as well, which is the purpose of this item on tonight's agenda. The motion being, I move that the Select Board accept the town manager contract as presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor, roll call vote.
Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Brian, aye.
Thank you.
Go.
Okay.
All right. Next item up is the town manager's report.
I will be brief, I promise. Update on the East Street Bridge. We've spoken back and forth with DOT, and as Rod Jackson, the District 5 engineer, has told us, if the weather is agreeable, the opening date is set for the end of the first week of June. I had already previously mentioned that the meeting for the Powder Point Bridge will be at the Presentation Hall of the Black Box Theater on Monday, June 15th. Keene Street will be paved on or about Thursday, May 21st. The DPW will be posting it on their website so that you're aware. I'm looking at you because it matters to
Saw the signs tonight when I
matters to
left.
us, yes. And in your announcements, which I'll tell you already, Memorial Day Parade is, of course, on Monday, May 21st, but Amy has the full slate of announcements that she can go over to.
I think I gave
That's my
you
report.
Cindy.
Good.
Okay, great, thank you, Rainey.
Question?
Yes, Brian?
Rainey, did I hear you say on the East Street Bridge that it's now the end of the first week of June? Is that
You
what the
heard that?
Slip to the schedule that they meaning Mass DOT and Eversource indicated to us in the onsite?
Yes, they said the end of the first week of June, by the end of the first week of June.
All right, can you make sure you keep on top of them for that?
Absolutely.
I know we've seen this slip multiple times, and I was pretty adamant at the onsite about their commitment to the date, and it was all going to be subject to weather. I think the weather's been fine, so I'm a little concerned that we might have another slip that's going to further aggravate the residents unnecessarily.
Fernando has an announcement when it's announcement time.
It's quite an important announcement.
Thank you. Yes, that goalpost did change, not surprisingly. Okay, next item up is, I can't find any of my
Committee
event
appointments and
things, so-
reappointments.
So thank
They're
you.
actually in the agenda itself.
Yeah, I see them. So I move to approve the following planning board committee appointments. Jim Lambert to the Metropolitan Area Planning Council as a Duxbury alternate, and Jim Lanford as the Old Colony Planning Council is a Duxbury alternate. Lauren Soroy to Hall's Corner Working Group, and Steve Gant to the Open Space Committee.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Oh,
Aye.
sorry, roll call, because Brian's...
Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
And these are
Right,
for
aye.
all terms ending in 2028.
Usually we have that.
27.
Rainey-
27.
Sure.
I
I heard that. Yeah, we'll get that.
It would just be for a year, I think.
Okay, we have some event permits. We have Duxbury Newcomers and Neighbors Club. Christine Resendez, is she with us? No? Do we have anybody have any questions on that event permit?
It's all been approved and reviewed by everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like fun.
I move, let's see, to approve the event permit of Christine Resendez.
There's actually two of them. Can we do them together, or do you
Sure.
need them separate?
Oh, God, yes, please.
At Blakeman's Restaurant for June 4th, 2026, and June 12th, 2026.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
The second, and, yeah, you be second, I need a
Yes,
second.
I do need a second.
yeah.
Second.
Yeah, Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, I
Michael, aye.
didn't say that
Brian,
quite
aye.
right, so nobody
Okay.
cares.
And then we have some announcements.
Oh, no, wait a minute, there's another, Jackie Stucker for the South Shore Event Solutions Greet the Summer, Fest.
And they're both here, and we should give them a round of applause just for sitting here through this.
I was wondering who you
This is the first year
were.
they're doing this event. You think they're going to come back for a second?
If
No.
I'd have known you were here, I would have tried to take this sooner.
I thought you were taking notes.
They win.
I
They
had
win.
no idea you were here
Well-
for the event permit. That's amazing.
I am very sorry.
Good.
All right.
Good. They're gonna run for the select board next.
They'll never come
See
back.
how next year,
Very nice of you to say.
next year I'll put you on first and get you squared away.
So sorry.
So I move to approve the event permit for Jackie Studer.
Yes.
So I think I said Stucker before. Studer, for the South Shore Event Solutions Greet the Summerfest on June 6, 2026, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. at Camp Wing Pavilion, 650 Keene Street.
Second,
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Well,
Fernando, aye.
Question,
Oh.
Yep.
given that Jackie's been there all night, and I think, is Lucy Scott there? I believe Lucy's
Yes.
Yeah.
involved in this as well.
I'm here,
Can you tell us a little bit about the program? I understand there are going to be food trucks.
All right, can you
And
come
I
up to the
understand that
podium?
The select board did a special invitation, so.
You get to talk about it.
You get to talk about is promoting it. This is your chance.
All right, Lucy Scott, 6 Hidden Acres Drive. This is Jackie Studer. She's our event planner that we partnered with, but we're thrilled. It's an event hosted by our magazine, Greet Duxbury.
Excellent.
And so we're fortunate enough to have a lot of business partners, advertisers, and the magazine who are sponsoring and covering a lot of the costs of the event. We have 2 live bands. We have a high school student as well who's a savant with his guitar. We have 2 food trucks, an ice cream truck, a beverage truck, a chocolate chip cookie bake-off, so if we have any bakers in the room who want to enter that, and a number of activity stations. And all sponsored. And Camp Wing has a beautiful pavilion with the lawn. And we've sold about 100 tickets so far, so if you guys, obviously just approved, so thank you very much. But we're looking for hopefully, a couple hundred,
They don't have to
250, by June 6th, so I hope you guys all come.
Just a fun day to come out.
Yeah.
Listen to some music, hang out on the lawn.
Yep. And if it goes well, we'll do it next year, hopefully.
Yeah, so you have to buy,
Where can people go for more information?
So Facebook, Greet Duxbury's Facebook page and Instagram account have the link for the registration for the tickets. Brian, I've been meaning to send you, I was going to send you a personal invite today, sorry. But yeah, they...
We don't get personal invites?
Apparently, he
Personal
has
invite.
special preferential.
I mean, I just look-
He might
haven't
have to
voted yet.
recuse himself now.
I could
Yeah,
walk,
that's where
I
we
could
go.
walk to Camp Wing, I don't,
I smell conflict.
No, you guys are all personally invited, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank
do you have to get tickets ahead of time?
All right, any more questions, Brian?
Yeah, you have
No, I
to get
think
tickets
that-
ahead of time.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Happy to support local business.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can buy tickets at the door, correct?
No.
No?
Try not
We're
to.
discouraging that, but you can if you.
Yes.
Well, Cindy said she might walk down the street
I
from
mean, I
her
can just
house.
walk from my house, so.
Sounds fun.
But you're supposed to buy
Thank you.
tickets ahead of time.
I have a motion
Okay,
and a
so
second. Could
pre-sale.
I get a roll call vote, please?
Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Brian, aye.
Yay, thanks,
All
Brian.
right.
Worth the wait.
Unanimous, thank you. Next
Nice.
is some one-day liquor
Liquor.
and wine malt license. First
Um,
one for Samantha Cipolo.
Cipolo for, oh, this is for the same thing. This is for Samantha Cipolo for Brews and Sips LLC for June 6th, 2026,
okay.
from 12 to 3 for the Great Summerfest at Camp Wing, 650 Keene
Se-
Street.
Second,
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Brian, aye.
And then I move to approve the one-day wine and malt license for Susan Uedi Udy.
Udi.
I know, I know that name too. For DRHS soiree by the Bay fundraiser for June 5th, from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m., 120 King Caesar Road and Bumpus Park.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Fernando, aye.
Oh,
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael?
Brian,
Aye.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I heard.
And Brian, okay, good.
Announcements.
Announcements.
Okay, in observance of Memorial Day, the town hall will be closed on Monday, May 25th, 2026. The next select board meetings will be held on the following Monday evenings, June 1, June 8, and June 15.
I also have an announcement to
I'm
make.
not done.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not done.
I thought I only said two things there.
She's got an addendum.
I have
Oh,
an
an addendum. Oh, sorry about that, Cindy.
I'm tired. Duxbury's annual Memorial Day Parade will be held on Monday, May 25th, 2026. The parade will start promptly at 10 a.m. from the Miles Standish Cemetery on Chestnut Street, with the service at First Parish Church following the parade at 11 a.m. Also, in observance of Memorial Day on Monday, May 25th, Town Hall will be closed. And as previously said, the next select board meeting will be on Monday, June 1st.
And Fernando?
Fernandez, yes. After many years of waiting, I am pleased to announce that Fernando Guitart and Jen Guitart will soon be proud grandparents. But the best thing about it is grandparents of two grandsons, one scheduled to be born from Sarah November 14th, and the second from Katie November the 28th.
Whoa!
Whoa, twins!
That's so
No,
great.
that's very-
Well, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I've been waiting.
I know you have. I
yes.
know.
It's like London buses. You know, London buses, you wait in London for a bus and it never comes. You wait there half an hour, you're still waiting, and all of a sudden 2 buses come at
Oh,
the
there
same
you
time.
go. You got 2 buses.
2 buses.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How fun is that?
Yeah, it is.
All right,
I'm looking
feel
forward to
feel
it.
better, Brian.
Yeah, feel better, Brian. And I move to
Oh, thanks.
adjourn.
I figured you'd rather do roll calls and have me cough on you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I move to
Second.
adjourn.
Second.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, roll
All
call
those in
vote.
favor?
Fernando, aye.
Amy, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Michael, aye. Thank you.
Brian, aye.
Good night.
Good night.
See you Monday.